Councillors, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Karen. Councillor Bocek.
Loud and clear, Councillor Graziano.
I can hear you, Karen. There you go.
So what, do I have plugged ears or something? I can't hear anybody?
It's about
Just-
time you became plugged in.
There you go.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for our Planning Council meeting scheduled for Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories that they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples taking care of this land for, I'll say, forever. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Megwich. You know, I just want to say, I kind of tell that spring's in the air. Why? Because yesterday when I went out of my house, what did I smell? Skunk. And they're usually the first animals around. Today, when I hit the 400 extension, what did I smell? A skunk. So spring's coming, even though the next few days may tell us we have to wait a little bit longer. For those online, we have, I'd call a full house. I'm running out of fingers and toes to count everybody, so we're probably close to the 24 range of people in the audience. I have the two Steves are with us in the room, and the other councillors are all online. But with all that, I have to ask all councillors whether they have any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest. Seeing that I'm being totally ignored by everyone, I'm going to take that as a no. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up for open forum?
No, Your Worship.
All right, then we're going to go to our first item, which is a delegation from Ms. Van den Akker with regards to a request for financial relief.
Good morning. I too was escorted by skunks here from Bracebridge this morning. Can I begin? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Debbie Van den Akker. I am the agent that acted for Mr. Veach and Karen Fisher on their application regarding 7443 Lake Joseph Road. Could we have the two slides put up on screen as well, please, and thank you. So these lands went through a consent and rezoning process. Mr. Veach will be using the remainder of our 10 minutes to provide some additional details to you. So as has been provided to you in our written request, this is a request for relief from about $3,000 in peer review fees. Since our request to come before you was submitted, Mr. Veach actually has paid all of the fees to the township. He was uncomfortable having an outstanding balance, so he has done this. So this is more of a request for a refund at this point. So it's waiting for the screen. That's okay. It's okay. I just wanted you to have the visual in case it's been a while since you've seen the application, so I just wanted to remind you where it was. But Wonderful, thank you. So this is the location of the lands. This application began in 2023. It will, all fingers crossed, wrap up by the end of this month with all conditions met on the decision. So you can see on the left portion there, those are the lands that were severed, so roughly 100-acre blocks. And there's more detail provided on the right in terms of what is existing. And then you'll see at the bottom, this will become important, the hatched area where we have always suggested that this is the area that should be rezoned. So an EIS was appropriately required for this consent application. You can see the EP lands that are already in your zoning. That is a very important PSW that has been recognized by the family and in your zoning for a long time. So in the multiple rounds of peer reviews that occurred on this application, nothing about what we proposed or nothing in that report actually was changed. So this means that the roughly $7,615 peer review created no impact to the planning solution that we had requested. The actual EIS cost to have a biologist on the ground walking these lands was $3,810. So the paperwork that came after this cost more than double what the actual study did. And so that's where the request for this relief is coming from. It would have been a different situation had there been changes to the proposed solution, had there been something that added value to the process, and there simply wasn't. Next slide, please. So the frustration here is that we proposed a protective solution back in 2023 with that building envelope at the bottom. You'll see in the pop-out where it says severed lot and it's got those additional areas. We went so far as to recognize the boundaries from the PSW, from the propane area, and you'll see in the hatched area, that's where it's most appropriate to have dwellings. And that accounts for the propane issues, all of those things. That's roughly 2 acres. The other area with the dashed, those lands are appropriate for accessory structures. So we knew this years ago now, going in. And so this is what we were trying to reflect in the rezoning. You'll see on the right-hand side, that large area, it's roughly 18 acres. It's the same area that we started with this application that will now need to be re-studied again, should there be development in the future. So not only is the EIS not reflecting what we now know, it's going to have to be redone with the hold that was put on the land. So all of that combined together, we think it's appropriate to ask for a request from this peer review fee. As a peer reviewer myself too, this should be a critical errors exercise, and that is not what this was. I have reams and tables of documentation of this. You are welcome to view that if you would like. I can provide that to council. The reason I'm here is because we do this a lot in a lot of different municipalities and walk through this process quite a bit. This has been extremely onerous. And I would say without added value for the planning solution, which is of course why we're all here. So I hope you will consider not only the fee request, but maybe providing some feedback to staff in your peer review team about the fact that this is residents' dollars paying for these studies and these reviews, and that hopefully the bottom line of a better land use planning solution can be focused on in future. So I'm happy to answer questions later, but I'll turn it over to Dave for the remainder of our time.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and Council. My name's David Veach. I'm a retiree, have been since 2008. This property that we're describing came into the possession of my great-grandfather and his wife in 1880. It was passed to my grandparents, then to my parents. We've occupied this land since, well, they were the original homestead settlers, let's put it this way. This land was farmed at one time. It's a sustenance farm, potatoes, turnips, parsnips, etc. It's now fallow. We want to make it absolutely clear that in no way, shape, or form is there any plan to develop this property, nor is there a plan to build a house on it. We're doing this merely for estate planning. My sister Karen Louise Fisher, my actual sister, and I co-own this, and it came to us via a testamentary instrument in 2002 when my mom passed away. My father passed away in 2000. I was the executor of the state at the time, and it was clear that Mom and Dad wanted Karen and I to take possession of this property. Now, fast forward 20 years later, my sister and I are both in her 70s. I'll be 70 years of age next year. My sister is now in her 70s. We have respective children. And in view of what's gone on here and the kind of expenses and the fact that we haven't changed this property since 1880, and nor do we intend to, but our respective children are going to want to take possession of this at some point in time. And I can absolutely assure you today's housing market and climate and all the rest of the stuff that's going on right now, our children will never be able to afford a home, nor could they afford to sever this property. Expenses to date for this procedure is just north of $50,000 for property we already own. We've done no harm. And the reason for the rezoning, for the moving of the lot line, was that in 1900, the original farmhouse and barn burned down. And it was actually right on lot 4, proper on lot 4. My great-grandfather rebuilt the home, half on lot 4 and half on lot 5 in Freeman Township, which he was nowhere aware of what the lot lines were or would be, or even hadn't even been surveyed. It was merely a land grant from King George. We step into the future. We want to do estate planning. Well, you can't plan for an estate if the house that's on it is half on one lot and half on the other. So you have to draw a circumference around it, like a perimeter around it. So we did a generous perimeter around it. It's a beautiful piece of property. I'm told, and I'm assured, that my sister's daughter is quite interested, after we're done with it, in taking possession of it. And I'm sure our daughter, Sherry Defoe and I, our daughter, will be quite interested in owning this property, or maybe building a home on it, maybe a nest egg. I don't know. When after I'm done with this earth, I'm unsure. So the whole point of it is that we think this whole affair, the review that Hutchison Environmental did for this property, is extremely excessive. I read that report roughly an hour and 55 minutes. I had to read it a second time. The second time when I went around, I thought, okay, I'm going to really familiarize myself with this. So aside from some Google searches and looking up some Latin names, things that I didn't recognize, I thoroughly understand it. I thoroughly understand it. I don't understand how it would take 24 hours for two people to review a document which is merely factual. The document, the environmental impact statement, is factual only. It's log, trees, fauna, snakes, you name it, whatever is indigenous there. And Katie from Zypotera in Bracebridge found all this stuff, and she walked that entire property, her and an assistant. They took photographs. They made an absolutely wonderful report. And when I'm looking at it, I'm going, yeah, I played there as a kid. I know what those are. I know those pitcher plants are there, and you're not supposed to touch them. I know there's eastern hognose snakes there, and I know they're not venomous. Massasauga rattlesnake, be careful. Be cautious around them. There was always snakes around the house when I was a kid growing up. The whole point is, folks, is that we've done nothing to alter this property. Ourselves, our parents, our grandparents, and their parents have done nothing to alter this. And we're asking for some relief for this peer review, which we think I would like to say is an excessive amount of time to read a document that is factual only and make a determination of no change for the exception of some grammatical errors, some punctuation errors. I find that repulsive. We are scientists. You're not a grammar teacher. It's just one of those irritants. I don't know, things like that bother you, but they do bother me, especially when you're doing something that's outside the purview of your job. However, having said all that, as Debbie suggested, we're hoping the survey work has been done. All the caveats that needed to be filled before this survey can be or the severance can be completed are near conclusion and should be concluded within the next 3 or 4 weeks. we actually have the permission to go ahead and sever it with survey stuff with the province. With that, thank you very much. I understand we have a limited amount of time here, and I'm free to ask you questions. I brought some reference materials to corroborate what I've told you about the history. Very interesting book. I suggest if you're interested in the area and its history, this book is still in publication. Thank you very much.
Can you share with me what that book is that you're referring to? Because I can't read it from here.
It is known as the Collective Memories of MacTier and Surrounding Area. It was written by a theologian by the name of Betty Brannon. Bravo, Romeo, Alpha, November, November, Echo, November.
I've been looking for a copy of that book for a long time.
It should still be in publication. It should still be in publication. It was Betty signed it, and for me.
Yeah, no, I've heard of that book, and I wanted to get a copy, and have not yet been able to locate one for purchase. But that's an aside from what's in front of us. But yeah. I would love to have a look at it.
You're more than welcome to. I will issue it to you on loan if you wish.
Thank you. But I don't want that to be undue influence on me checking with council if they have any questions or comments.
Absolutely not. No conditions.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Yes, and through you, Mayor, thank you very much. To all attending, I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I've come up with an illness that's keeping me away, even though I only live 2 minutes away from the township office. But reviewing this case here,
there's at least 30 people in this room who are glad you're not here today.
Yeah, I can imagine. Being somewhat a homesteader and having family lineage here in Township of Georgian Bay, I understand the issues of inland land transfer. It's a little bit different when you're on coastal Georgian Bay or if you're on waterfront. The environmental concerns are very important. But in a location like this, and I know the location very well because I am a historian in the Township of Georgian Bay, you have old hotels, you have gas stations, you have strip malls, you have everything on that portion of Lake Joseph Road. And I won't say that the planning regiment is ridiculous, because I'm one for less governance. And that's basically what I've run on a platform, is to get away from all this red tape. So I'm completely in favor of this application for a refund, and I will stand by that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming in this morning and bringing this towards council. You know, in reviewing your situation, I am concerned from an oversight and governance perspective, and I have, through you, Mayor, just a question for Director of Planning. Would really try to understand the oversight that our township gives to peer reviews to make sure that the scope and the time to perform a peer review is reasonable. And in this case, I think Mr. Voigt's situation is, or Veach, is his environmental impact assessment included field work and note taking and analysis, and the scope is still much shorter than the scope of Hutchinson Environmental. I'm not sure I understand, and I'm sure they don't either, how that is possible, and how does the township monitor and try to reel in things that may be going longer than expected or planned or reasonable.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Predko. So, I mean, it's difficult for staff to speak for another consultant who the township utilizes, but I will say that Hutchinson Environmental is very well respected in their field.
I'm not questioning
that. They do
that.
excellent work for the township, and I have no doubt that the work that they did in this case was quality work. We have heard that there are a number of circumstances surrounding this application that perhaps, to Mr. Veach's initial embarking on it seems certainly like a simple consent application. We've heard that there's a provincially significant wetland adjacent to the property. We've heard that the environmental work certainly subsequently identified species at risk. There was a wildfire risk assessment that had to be undertaken here. And lastly, there's an emergency response plan in place with respect to neighboring land use that had to accommodate a blast zone of severe destruction. So I think the relevant information I heard from the delegation today came from Mr. Veach. It gets to the heart of the matter, and that was not questioning that environmental work was done, not questioning that this other stuff was done, but the number of the back and forth reviews. That's what I'm hearing. The other information, quite frankly, contained a number of inexactitudes and statements without context that I'm disappointed in. Because if this was all known at the onset of the process, then Mr. Veach would have been informed by his consultant of what this project would be biting off. So staff are happy to go back and review the invoices, work with our consultant, and pursue the direction that council gives us.
I mean, I would be in favor of pursuing a refund for Mr. Veach, and I do hope that, you know, maybe through this there is an opportunity for some sort of parameters to flag when an environmental review or a peer review is broadening in scope than perhaps what the original assessment took place, so that at least our residents know that we're being mindful of their dollars as well as the township taxpayer dollars. That it's a larger issue than you know, maybe just whether it took 24 hours or it took 18 hours, but just making sure our oversight and responsibility to our clients and taxpayers is being taken. Thank you.
For everybody's information, I do have in front of me a proposed motion that includes, you know, waiving of rules of procedure and all that, similar to what we did, somewhat similar to what we did yesterday. So I will be reading that at the end of this. And I have Councilors Bochek and Predko as the mover and seconder based on their comments. I don't know if anyone else from council wants to make any additional comments. My comment is, we as a township have a tough balancing act, in which I'm sure everybody can appreciate that some applications are more challenging than others in the work that has to take place, and some applications are more I'll call it straightforward than others. Some applications are if you'll excuse the expression, they're more like no-brainers, and other applications scare the heck out of us. I mean, we got the whole gambit, and there are times that I'm not sure we do enough, and the other times that I've no doubt we do more than necessary. And I'm not being critical of anybody, not staff, not council, not residents. We have very challenging properties. I mean, like, who knew that this property that's existed for 150 years or something was next to a blast zone? Like, go figure. And everybody's been living on it all these years, and you know, like it's yeah. So I fully appreciate the frustration, but I also fully appreciate that unfortunately in some cases the rules have to be there, because you know, it's not impossible to imagine that an environmental assessment is done that is not to the standard that we'd hope that most people would do their studies. So with that, I'm going to not see any more hands. I have moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council waives the rules of procedure Schedule 1, Section 10 to permit a decision for item 6A, request for financial release for application B24-01 and Z25-04 for 7443 Lake Joseph Road. And that council hereby approves the financial relief in the amount of $3,000 in relation to the EIS peer review of consent application B24-01 and zoning application Z25.04, sorry. And that staff be directed to process the refund in the amount of $3,000. Director Whitliff, before I call
Thank
the
you.
vote.
No, my apologies, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the motion, if I could offer a suggestion.
We're all ears at the moment.
I think the suggestion in hearing the motion, and if council so inclined to grant the refund, I think the motion in that case should support a refund. But my recommendation would be to refrain on a precise amount so that staff can review the invoices and get the amount correct.
Okay. Okay, here
Your worship,
sir,
we have those invoices here as well.
and I would like to think that so does the department.
I would hope so.
Okay, one moment, please.
Point of order, Your Honor. Councillor Bocek.
Bocek.
Being the mover of this this motion, I'm not in favor of Mr. Wiblett's suggestion. The ask has been made for $3,000, which the resident has an invoice to. With zoning department doing a review of the refund, it could be lower, it could be higher. It's more governance, it's more time. As the mover of this motion, I'm not willing to accept anything other than what's in the motion.
Okay, thank you. I think you raise a valid point about how much effort we're going to put into it when we already know the approximate amount anyway.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Mr. Mayor. We're in council's hands.
Okay. I think I'm going to go, council, I'm going to try this motion per Councillor Bocek's recommendation because I'm not a fan of busy work. And I fully respect that you want to review things, Director Whitliff, but I think the intention of, if this passes, the intention of council is that a refund is issued in roughly $3,000. I'm sure if you decide upon your review to refund anything above $3,000, that would be welcomed. And you don't need a motion from council to do so. All right. You heard the motion as originally read. Council, any comments? And do we need, because it's a waive, do we need 4 or 5 or 6? We need 5 votes in favor for this one to carry. Council, do you need me to read the motion again, or can I just call the vote? Okay.
Please reread the motion, please. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council waives the rules of procedure, Schedule 1, Section 10, to permit a decision for Item 6A, request for financial relief for application B24-01 and Z25-04 for 7443 Lake Joseph Road. And the council hereby approves the financial relief in the amount of $3,000 in relation to the EIS peer review of consent application B24-01 and zoning application Z25-04, and that staff be directed to process the refund in the amount of $3,000. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the hands are moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's passed unanimously. I don't think there's any doubt about that then. Thank you very much. To make sure I'm not distracted by that book, I've set it aside. Next on our agenda, Municipal Act public meetings, which means I have to start with a little speech. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for one road closing application. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, The clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom the notice of public meeting was circulated for the proposed road closing being considered. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide for any other information that is relevant to the applications, and staff will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaw being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Municipal Act SO 2001 C25 as amended to deal with the following proposed road closing bylaw. R25-06 for 210 Birch Acres Drive. To our clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was digitally published in a virtual newspaper and was sent to the abutting neighbors in a close proximity of the property at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting.
Thank you. And to Ms. Levesque, I believe this is your file.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to share my screen. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. This report concerns application R25-06 submitted by Kevin and Cynthia Looney, the owners of 210 Birch Acres Drive. The applicant is requesting the township stop up and close and convey portions of both the road allowance and shore road allowance adjacent to their property. The subject lands are legally described as parts 1 through 4 on reference plan 35R 27997. I will walk council through the background, the policy framework, and the options for council's consideration. The location map and aerial images provide a clear image of the physical layout of the property. 210 Birch Acres Drive is located on South Bay. The applicant's property boundary is shown here in red, and parts 1 through 4 sit on the edge of the road allowance along Birch Acres Drive and South Bay. I'm just going to take council through the background of how we've got to here at this point. The application was received on October 27th, 2025. The applicants are requesting closure of the road allowance and shore road allowance parcels to gain certainty over their access and servicing situation. The key driver of this application is the hydro service issue. The cottage hydro supply was disconnected following an ESA inspection and disputes with the owner of Lot 30. The applicants have been without power for an extended period, which have delayed a proposed redevelopment of the cottage. Hydro One is currently exploring alternative servicing routes, but no final solution has been confirmed. The applicants believe that acquiring the road allowance will give them more control over how utilities can be routed. Importantly, this property has been previously seen by council in relation to a similar matter. In 2019, the previous owner of 210 Birch Acres Drive purchased the shore road allowance and half of the road allowance adjacent to the property through Bylaw 2019-35. The application is essentially seeking to complete that assembly. Staff have advanced the application to council because there are policy access and land use considerations that require council's direction rather than administrative approval. The reference plan on the screen, 35R 27997, which defines the 4 parts at issue. The appraisal values have been established for each part, Part 1 being $9,490, Part 2 being $2,874, Part 3, $968, and Part 4, $3,051.62. I do want to flag a couple policy concerns that relate to each part on this slide, just so council has that lens when we look at the plan. Part 1 does not directly abut the applicant's property. This creates a conflict with Section 21 of the policy of direct abutment. Part 2 abuts Lot 30, and the owner of Lot 30 has not provided written consent. This creates a conflict with Section 24 on abutting owner property consent. Part 3 has received consent from the owner of 215 Birch Acres Drive. However, claims have been made that it also functions as an informal pedestrian access route. And Part 4 has the cleanest policy profile. It directly abuts the applicant, and there are no identified public access concerns. It aligns with the policy criteria. On this map, this gives an overview of Island 865, Lot 30, and 210 Birch Acres Drive. It will kind of provide information in regards to the objection and the easement concerns that have been raised. Island 865, located to the north, contains several private property or private-owned island properties. Some of those property owners hold registered easements and provide pedestrian walkway access through Lot 30 to reach Birch Acres Drive shoreline. However, not all island property owners have registered easements. Some have historically relied on informal or long-standing use of the pathway to access the shoreline. Legal counsel representing several property owners have provided written consent, have requested that the township do not convey ownership of the property until the parking and access matters are resolved. To the south, Lot 30, outlined in blue on the map, has its own shoreline access elsewhere on the lot. This is relevant contents when considering the hardship raised in the objection. It is also important to note that Lot 30 is currently listed for sale, which introduces some uncertainty regarding the future ownership and how they may approach this issue in the future. I'm going to walk council through some of the relevant policy provisions that affect this application. Section 21 limits applications to road allowance parcels that are directly abut applicant's property. Part 1 does not directly abut, so approving it would require council to exercise discretion and depart from this provision. Section 24 requires written consent from all abutting property owners where the road allowance abuts multiple properties. Part 2 abuts Lot 30 and Lot 30 owner has not provided consent and is actively objecting to the application. Part 3 does have consent from 215 Birch Acres Drive. Section 32 restricts closure where the road allowance serves as a public purpose, including access servicing and utilities. The question of whether parts 1, 2, and 3 serve as informal shoreline access or pedestrian route for island property owners is directly relevant here. Where the policy establishes general requirements, it also provides council with discretion to approve, partially approve, or deny an application where the overall interest of the township prevails. This policy framework is designed to protect the public interest. Council's job today is to weigh those interests against the applicant's legitimate servicing and accessing needs. Staff have circulated the application publicly and to relevant agencies. The following summarizes the feedback received. On the support side, 19 neighboring property owners submitted written correspondence indicating no objection to the proposed purchase. One Island 865 property owner stated partial support for parts 3 and parts 4. In addition, the owner of 215 Birch Acres Drive, where directly abuts part 3, provided formal written consent to the proposed conveyance. Hydro One has also reviewed the application and confirmed that no infrastructure exists on the subject lands and they have no objection to the proposed purchase. On the concern side, the owner of Lot 30 submitted a formal objection and has not provided consent. They advise that parts 1 through 4 are currently used for parking, pedestrian movement, and shoreline access. In addition, legal counsel for several island property owners wrote to the township advising that some property island owners are seeking registered parking easements, rights over these lands, and request that no conveyance proceed until those matters are resolved. This consultation record provides important context for the options that council will consider next. Option 1, this is the broadest approval. Approval of the closure and conveyance of all 4 parts at the total purchase price of $16,383.62 plus HST. The rationale for this option is that it gives applicants the fullest boundary rationalization and servicing certainty, consistent with the approach council took in 2019 when it approved the prior purchase. However, this option does require council to exercise its discretion when under the policy sections 21, because part 1 does not directly abut, section 24, because the Lot 30 owner has not consented, and section 32, because of the lands may have some informal access purposes. If council were to choose option 1, staff would strongly recommend that the approval be expressly conditional on the protection of existing easement rights and the resolution of island property access and parking interests before any conveyance is completed. This option carries the highest risk level because it requires 3 policy deviations and occurs while access and parking matters affecting island property owners remain unresolved. Option 2 is partial approval. Approval of the closure and conveyance of parts 3 and parts 4 are a combined purchase price of $4,019.62 plus HST. This is a balanced risk-managed approach. It approves the two parts that most clearly satisfy the policy's direct abutment and consent requirements while retaining parts 1 and parts 2, where legal access and consent issues remain unresolved. Parts 3 and parts 4 directly abut the applicant's property. Parts 3 has received written consent from 215 Birch Acres Drive, and parts 4 has not been identified with public access concerns. Retaining parts 1 and parts 2 preserves the township's flexibility. It allows the future formalization of island property easements and a potential purchase by Lot 30 owner, and continued municipal operations for shoreline accessing and servicing. This risk is moderate and the informal access concerns related to Part 3 remains, but Lot 30 owner does have alternative shoreline access elsewhere on his property. Option 3. Option 3 is definitely the most conservative approval approach to close and convey Parts 4 only at the purchase price of $3,051.62 plus HST. This option closely aligns with the intent and requirements of the township's policy. Part 4 directly abuts the applicant, has no public access or shoreline concerns, satisfies both Section 21 and 24, and is a minor logical extension of the existing lot. By retaining Parts 1, 2, and 3, the township maximizes flexibility. It protects shoreline access options, preserves the ability to formalize parking and pedestrian easement access for the island property owners, and avoids any risk resolving regarding the legal matters outstanding. This is the lowest risk option. It gives applicants a defined gain, certainty on Part 4, without requiring council to depart from policy deviations or resolved third-party interests. Part 4 is to deny the application in its entirety. The basis for denial would be the policy requirements have not been met. Part 1 does not directly abut. Part 2 lacks consent from abutting owners, and Parts 1 and Parts 3 may have served access and servicing purposes for the policy that it's designed to protect. Denying the application preserves the full range of municipal options for all 4 parcels. It avoids any risks associated with unresolved property easements and parking matters. If council denies the application, the applicants would not be precluded from reapplying in the future. For example, if Hydro One confirms an alternative servicing route, if additional written consents are obtained, or if the island property owner access matters are resolved. The downside is the applicant will remain without servicing certainty and retain ongoing costs and inconvenience. This option is available to council if they are not satisfied that the public interest test has not been met. To summarize, the 4 options in front of council today are option 1, approve all parts. Option 2, approve parts 3 and parts 4. Option 3, approve parts 4 only, or option 4, deny all. I will note that council has the option to pick and choose which parts they want to approve. If they decide to approve parts 3, parts 4, and parts 2, for example, that is the will of council. They are more than welcome to do so. In summary, council's decision today is essentially balancing between the applicant's request for certainty regarding access and servicing and the township's responsibility to protect shoreline access, municipal flexibility, and existing or potential easement rights. Staff have outlined the options available and are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you very much. Lots of options, and Ms. Levesque, I credit you with making it in many ways very clear with what all these options mean. But I think the next thing we should do is see whether there's anybody where's my note? Here's my note. We need to go and see with anybody. Correspondence. We have to do the correspondence, don't we? Okay, let's talk correspondence. Yep. No, we got the wrong one here. Oh, let's talk getting them more organized. Okay, we do the applicant. We don't. When do we want to talk correspondence then? The other one. Oh, okay, we don't have. We have lots of correspondence on this, but okay. We go to the applicant. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
You knew you'd be recognized eventually.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council, for deciding and taking the time to review our application. Cynthia behind me, and we really appreciate it. It's been a really long process for over a year now with no power, and we're just trying to get our power hooked up so we can do a new build for the cottage. Our family's been here since 1974, and we just want to move forward. Ms. Levesque, she didn't mention the part about part 2, the septic encroachment issue. The surveys haven't been done to prove whether it is or is not an encroachment issue in part 2. If you look at it when we stand, it looks like a corner of the septic leaching bed is partially on part 2. So if we were to get part 2, it would be another 33 feet extension, and the clearance would be, it would clear our septic system and possible hydro entrance from that avenue as well. It gives us more options. So we'd like to just say thank you, and we appreciate your time on this matter.
All right, thank you very much. Now we'll go to the public. Is there anybody from the public, either online or in-house, who wishes to speak to this matter? Sir, do I have to explain to you the drill? Okay, I will. Come forward, turn the mic on, identify yourself, and speak.
Good morning. My name is John White. I'm a resident at 266 Birch Acre Drive, very near proximity to the lands in question. I'd like to say good morning, Your Worship, council and staff. I know most all of the folks on Birch Acres. I was recently with one of the other neighbors that abuts the walking path just yesterday. I believe there's a letter of support from the Balin family. We believe that the application is logical for many, many reasons, and it helps to protect the character of our neighborhood and the goals of what most of the residents of Birch Acres are trying to achieve and maintain for our neighborhood. Our concern, part of our concern as neighbors, is if this does not go forward as applied for, the long-term ramifications with regards to higher density through other things which will eventually come to council, I'm sure, and or planning. So that in a nutshell is, I think, what our concerns are and our rationale for supporting the Looney family in their request. If anybody has any questions as a resident, I'm happy to help. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to this matter? And do we have any hands online? If you wouldn't mind passing the online folks over, I'd appreciate it. Sorry, we have. Okay, Mr. Zaperi.
Yes. The concerns we have is simply this. We represent 3 of the individual cottage owners on the island. The easement problems have not been resolved. They've been historically being used for years and years and years. And if the closure is allowed, it would make a problem. We are attempting to resolve matters with the people that deal with part 2, as well as the part 1. Johnsons are being refusing to cooperate fully, but recognizing the easements that pre-existed by the use. And similarly, part 1, we cannot enter into an agreement because there's no one to negotiate with respect to the Loonies. These people have been using the cottage for many, many years. They've traditionally parked in this area. They've got it rights of way registered. Somewhere along the line in registering titles, the easements were missed by council then representing them. We're trying to rectify this by dealing with Land Law Pro, which is for the insurance companies for various lawyers, and or the title insurers who came along later. At this point in time, we do not have a resolution other than to either accept proposal made by Mr. Johnson, which is onerous, or the proposal made by Mr. Looney, which remains a big mystery. So we would ask the council to deferring any decision until the matter of the easements of the people we represent, and if not the rest of the cottage on the island, are dealt with finality, because we do not want the council to approve something that then bars a resolution that makes sense for the people who traditionally used as parking.
Thank you. And can you confirm for me that it is part 1 and a portion of part 2 that is of concern for your clients?
Yes.
Okay.
If part one is granted, we really don't have access to park in that. And there's no present agreement contemplated with Mr. Looney that can be finalized. Similarly with Mr. Johnson on part 2.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Levesque.
Through you, your worship, I just wanted to clarify that we have not received an application from the owner of lot 30 for the purchase of the road allowance. So just to clarify, there's no two competing applications here. We only have received the one from Mr. Looney.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson, I see
Yes.
you wish to speak to this application.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council members. I have purchased the property, which is a large, almost 50-acre property, in April 2025. And once I had gone through the process of looking into the property in more detail, once I took over, there was obviously a lot of traditional use that had been undertaken on the property. My intent was to look at ways of legally properly developing as I went forward. So I did a lot of in-depth investigations with my team, and we uncovered inconsistencies with the prior ideas of how the property was put together. So my intent has always been to allow people to continue to use the property through an easement process, a legal framework, which they get all access their properties, whether it be Island 865 owners, main road owners, Mr. Looney, and the Balins, and the whole situation. The counter of that is that a lot of people want me to be the one to give up my rights in order to provide others to conveniently use things as they had done before. Obviously, change is hard for a community that has been operating the way it has for quite some time. So the lot 30 property, it's not a vacant lot. It's been developed over the course of over 50 years. And most of the people in the development have legal agreements. They all stand up perfectly fine in any scrutiny. And that's wonderful. There's a number of holdouts that didn't ever want to get involved with that for some reason or another. Some people used the lot 30 property as if it was an extension of their property. Some people had hydro servicing that was put in and didn't meet any standards whatsoever. The issues that I have coming into the property is that now I have to do some housekeeping and clean up the property to the point that I can then look at my designs for the future. What I'm intending to do here is to resolve the conflicts that are right now showing on the books, bring people the certainty they need. With respect to this particular application and its part one stands between a 700-meter access route from South Bay Road to Island 865. There's a number, close to a dozen properties on that island. who have some way, form, or another used access. 5 of them in approximately 2004 negotiated with Mr. Birch, the former owner, to secure some form of rights for getting to the property. Somehow, some way, when that was done, the negotiations letters actually have come to me and shown exactly what had occurred at that time. Several offers were made that included parking. For some reason, they only registered it for access, driving in, driving out. So my intent was to bring everybody on board so that they could have parking, but we need to do this in a legal framework. I don't stand in the way of making it happen. I do insist that it be done legally instead of just traditionally and acceptable. And I'm very much interested in negotiating, working with all those people to make that happen. Part 1 plays a key role in that access route. Transferring it out right now is just going to mess up all of those negotiations and potentially a future of access onto that island. When it comes to servicing certainty for Mr. Looney's property, his existing hydro, if you hadn't heard previously, was disconnected because his cottage was crushed by snow in 2025. So it was flattened and removed. Hydro disconnected the line. Then I arrived. But once I've arrived, I was talking to Bell Canada about moving a particular low-hanging wire, and it was identified to me that there's a hydro system here that's not safe. So attempts were made, apparently, to reconnect that. I stood in the way, and the only way that I had stood in the way is I called the ESA to inspect it, and they shut it down. They said, no, it can't be redone. At that time, hydro came in to play a role in resurfacing Mr. Looney's property and the second property at Baylands, because they had a questionable hydro feed as well. At this point in time, from that at that time in history, everything has been dictated by hydro. The schedule, the meetings, the design work, and I have stood in the way zero. I've just been giving the agreement, yep, whatever you need to do to provide a very safe system for the 2 properties, I'm all for it. Never stood in the way, never opposed it. I'm not opposing anybody's access rights as long as they're legal. There's other systems where they have infrastructure built on lot 30 for septic systems, not including Mr. Looney, other neighbors. So we've got a number of legacy problems that need to be resolved. The sale of this particular these 4 parts of property are going to not provide any benefit to Mr. Looney for hydro, because this is all being done by hydro. They don't require any private ownership of those parts to supply Mr. Looney power. Not an issue whatsoever. So it's a pretense that's been put forward that doesn't actually stand up to any scrutiny. And lastly, the Part 3 shoreline water allowance. Why is that important to me? In developing this entire property of 50 acres that stretches all the way out to South Bay Cove Marina, which does have a portion of water access there, but it's right across from the fuel dock and a dredged out lagoon area. And it's got environmental protection all over it. So there's not a very clean or clear access. In order for me to get to that location from this particular corner, it's a 700, almost a kilometer to get to that water source. And then I have the questionable quality of what I'm picking up and bringing back. And why am I in that corner anyway? Well, the reason being is that the initial development, the first structure that I can build, has been pushed into that corner by the township planning department. That's the area where I've been told that I could go and do a first build, and I won't trigger any of the environmental impact assessments and various consultant reports that are needed. So that was my way to get in, get established, get my first build going. It's right adjacent to part 3. That's where we're going to walk down to the shore, where we have been taking buckets of water out for our fires, for the various different uses that we need. This is going to be ongoing now until we get something established for the next several years. Because my larger, wider project for the whole property is a multi-year process, and there's many studies between now and then that need to be done. I'm just looking to get something started off getting here, and the application was going to be taking away, number one, our ability to satisfy the legacy access concerns that others are relying on my roads to get to their places. I don't want to stand in their way, but I need to have it all done legally. Access to the water for us is obviously an important component. Part 3 is exactly what we use to do that. Part 2 is something that we never signed off for. In fact, Mr. Looney's already bought the other half of part 2. We would like to have part 2, the other on the south side. The main concern is several times I've heard that hydro or servicing certainty was the cause of this application to be filed, which to anybody's cursory look, hydro doesn't care who owns that property. They're going to run the power through, they'll get an easement. I have nothing to stand in the way whatsoever. And I haven't. So the whole schedule is being dictated by Hydro 1 right now, and it was initially shut off because the Electrical Safety Authority wouldn't allow the unsafe system that was already in place. So what I'm looking at suggesting is if to not have this application go through. The last piece was part 4. I have a footpath that I own at the other side of part 1. It runs up to the island. I own that. And as part of our use of that trail, we like to walk out and we stand at the end of it on this part 4, and you can look out on the bay. That's kind of the destination for our use for our own property. If you take that away, it's a trail to the bridge. It doesn't serve my interests much anymore. And as it sits right now, there is a good public use that we can have for our guests or future guests and various islanders that perhaps want to step off of the 5-foot wide trail, and they can take a look at the bay and then they can continue on their way. But selling it all right now is doesn't seem to serve anybody's purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else, either online or in the room, that would like to speak to this matter? All right, I'm now going to turn it over to Council. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a little bit of a problem with Mr. Johnson's statement in whole. As most know, on Birch Acres, I've spent quite a bit of time down at Birch Acres reviewing the application, as well as some other councillors have participated in site lot visits. To give you a different perspective of the story, historically, there was a hydro pole that supplied hydro across to the Looney property. And when the snow load collapsed their original cottage, they've been wanting to apply for a building permit quite some time ago and start to remanufacture a new cottage. But they can't do it without the hydro. And Mr. Johnson, in his efforts, are trying to put an end to this and to not allow hydro to this property so that they can start to work on reconstruction of their cottage. Many other discrepancies in everything that was said here. I do believe that the intent of Mr. Johnson is to sever these properties and to do development. That's what we heard here this morning. And Well, you can shake your head, but that's what was said. And most of this property is environmentally protected. I know the area. I know Ross Birch. I know the entire area and what is developable and what is not developable. And I can see a reason maybe to do a deferral on part one to clarify some matters in part one. But as far as I'm concerned, the rest of this application is something that I will support moving forward. And I have no issue with anything but part one. And if that's deferred, perhaps we could look at that some other day. It should be, I think there's enough discrepancy there that we should hear more about part one, but I will support the rest of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, to the clerk. I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind for a moment bringing up the map of the property again. And I'm just curious if you could highlight which residents are looking for pedestrian or vehicle access or easements through the different parts. I know the island is up in the top northwest corner, but we have, discussion about pedestrian use on parts 1 and 2, and I'm just curious or 1, 2, and 3. And I'm just curious as to how these relate to different sources and destinations. Thank you.
Through Your Worship, I have a better map that I can pull up that identifies the easements. If you just bear with me for a minute while I grab it.
And then while you're grabbing that, maybe someone would answer a second question that I have. And that is, no one or the Loonies are not asking for half of a road allowance. So I know right now we have the requirement for your neighbors to approve of your purchasing the entire road allowance. Is there any opportunity for purchasing half the road allowance and decreasing the risk or the impact overall, but still maintain the objective of Mr. Looney or the Looney family?
Through the mayor to Councillor Predko, there is opportunity for that. It would just require the applicant to go back and revise their reference plan.
All right. And while you're looking, do you think that would be a beneficial solution to any of this?
Through the mayor, I think it would solve the encroachment issue for the septic over part 2 if the applicant were to go back, draw out the lines to include that septic encroachment. But at this time, we don't have confirmation if the septic is encroaching or not because it wasn't identified on the plan. So it's at this point, it's speculation.
Okay, thank you.
Are we still waiting for that
easement?
Through the mayor, I'm just going to pull it up right now.
Okay. I didn't want to go on to somebody else that be rude.
Through the mayor. So the ones identified in blue have easements over the pathway. The easements are still not clear. So they do have, again, easements over the pathway, but in terms of parking, they're not 100% clear in the easements. So they're some of the ones that they have retained the lawyer who's online who maybe could clarify a little bit further. It permits pedestrian pathway walking, but does not permit parking. So there's some cleaning up to do in regards to the language outlined in the easements, but the ones identified in red do not have formal easements. I will note that the applicants of Island 865 can approach the township. If the township were to retain parts 1 and parts 2, they can approach the township for easement access, which would potentially solve that parking issue.
Can you clarify for me who those easements are with? In other words, we know who owned the easements, Are they with the township? Or are they with lot 30? Are they with, who are they with?
They're with lot 30.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Predko.
My only question that I'd have lingering is part 4. Would that be used for accessing the footpath to get to the island? And then what benefit would there be to the township to retain ownership of that piece of road allowance?
Through the mayor to Councillor Predko, the footpath does not encroach onto part 4. It's its own separate piece. If you look in the staff report, there is an image that was taken from Terranet, which shows that little strip of land that leads towards Island 865. And it does not encroach onto part 4.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I too am just seeking further clarification, and if I'm repeating myself, I apologize. Part 4 doesn't impact anybody. I mean, from an easement standpoint, you've just stated that. So, okay, and you said in your report, it seemed pretty straightforward. Where does part 2 fit into all this? Part 2 to me doesn't seem to affect anybody's access to the island.
Through the mayor to Councillor Jarvis, part of the parking lot does encroach onto part 2. So that's kind of where the easement situation lies. There's like a small portion on the eastern corner.
Okay, that leads to a further question then. Part 2 is obviously road allowance. In the map I'm looking at, there's also a part 10 and 11. Looks like it was the other half of the road allowance. Am I misinterpreting that map? Like, does Looney already own half of the road allowance?
Through the mayor, yes. So the 210 Birch Acres Drive did purchase the other half of that road allowance in 2019. So the application went forward and it was approved by council. This is now requesting the additional half.
The additional half. So there's no way for us to split part 2 into halves, because that is the second half of that.
So there is opportunity for that. If the applicant were to go back and redraw their reference plan, we could separate parts 2, and that's what I was referring to, the encroachment of the septic system. So we could cut out a small piece. But again, in our policy, it does state that the abutting property owner does need to provide written consent, which we do not have. So that would be council deviating from that section of our policy if they choose to sell part 2.
Okay, but part 2 is not impacting the lot, Rod Johnson's lot, is it? There's no effect on that. It's the other neighbors.
Through the mayor, so lot 30, Rod Johnson is the abutting property owner
okay,
to
I
part
stand
2,
corrected.
and as well part 1.
Got it.
Kind of
Okay.
a portion.
Part 3 where there's not an issue. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Can I, as our director of our CBO, chief building official here?
She was a few minutes ago.
Okay, I'll, so a question, is that her running back?
Otherwise, because we'll do that first.
Okay, so the question I have for a CBO is, what is the requirement for a septic system to be set back from a neighboring property? Maybe somebody else knows that, maybe planning knows that?
CBO's entered the room, and the question for you is, how far back from a property line does a septic system have to be? Even though it sounds like a planning question. And Councillor Hazelton is who you can blame for the question.
Just give me 1 second.
And while she's looking at that, this is a question for perhaps Sydney. So the current easements for the properties on Island 865 exist. How would or could the other properties on Island 865 get easements. I understand that they thought they had access, but perhaps didn't have documented easements. How would that process take place?
Through the mayor, it probably will be best for the planning department to comment on this, but the applicants would have to apply to the township. So over again, parts 1 and parts 2, that would be over township land. So the township would be providing those easements. Over the other sections, the pathway that is owned by lot 30, that would have to be dealt with privately through the property owners. The township wouldn't get involved with the private dispute.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you confirm for me what I think I heard, which is today there is parking both on parts 1 and parts 2 for the Island 865 access?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay. So I see the lawyer, Mr. Zepperi, is representing some clients who are very interested in getting that part resolved. I think that's a step that we as a township would want to get resolved. But I think what is going through my mind here is I'm going to buy.
Did he just freeze on us? I didn't know it was that cold that in the south. Okay, well, we'll get.
It hasn't said that specific, but that's why we're saying.
Okay.
But really,
In the meantime, I don't see any other counselor hands. I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and because I'm confused, but that's not surprising. And well, let's wait for we'll leave our CBO on standby. 2 questions for you. One is I hear a lot about hydro. And yet I understand Hydro has no objections to any of these sales because they have no structure on any of these properties. So I'm not sure why Hydro should play a role in our decision, whatever our decision as council may be. Am I correct in that?
Through the mayor, that is correct. I think we're just in a limbo period with Hydro because owning these parcels would affect where the poles would go. If council were to deny this application, Hydro would come up with an alternative servicing route.
My second question, and I'm trying to get it back to see where it was in your report, but that little narrow pathway that connects the island to, I'll say part 1. Who owns that pathway?
Through the mayor, lot 30.
That pathway is part of lot 30.
That's correct.
So lot 30 has a very narrow pathway to access the land at that end. Okay. Curious structure, the way but that's so much of the history of our. I got hands waving at me, so I'm going to go to those hands as well. And I also see that Mr. Johnson's had his hand up for quite a while. If anybody can give quick clarification on some of these things, that's fine. I don't want a lengthy discussion. Mr. White, if you want to come forward and confirm what you know.
Thank you, Your Worship. A great section of that pathway belongs to the Balin property. When you look at one of the few professionally surveyed areas in that area right now of our point of discussion today being the Looney property, and then you physically measure as a crow flies or a string line, whatever you choose to use, that 5-foot width which belongs to lot 30, most of the physical area that's being traveled upon belongs to the Balin property.
And is that the one to the west? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, having been on site on the plans, yes, there is the straight line of the footpath is owned by lot 30. However, the actual path itself is not a straight line. So it meanders a lot.
Typical of our area. Mr. Johnson, did you have something to add? Please be brief.
Mute. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to say a couple of points in rebuttal. The like I said, I'm not blocking any hydro. Never have been. Mr. Looney's original hydro comprised of a proper hydro aerial line that went to a single pole that was put on my property, and then somebody ran a hydro full feed cable right on top of the ground across about 75 feet of forest floor on my lot 30, across the township line, on the ground, exposed. So if any snowmobile or anything went over top of that and hit the gas, they're going to cut into that cable. It was a hazard, and it needed to be ended. Hydro came in. They wanted to put in 3 new poles just right next to 2 on my property, 1 on the township part 1, and Mr. Looney would have his hydro. I guess somebody didn't want that. It wasn't me. I pose no objection to it whatsoever. I just been waiting for hydro to go through the process. Secondly, Mr. Bocek had mentioned that he had been speaking with a lot of people in the Birch Acres community. I unfortunately was not one of them, and I would have loved to have been. I would love to engage you all in conversation about what my plans are. Subdividing the property has never entered my mind whatsoever, ever, not from day one. The idea was to, at best.
Okay. I want to get back to council because this is supposed to be the council, but I appreciate the clarification. And I'm going to go back to Councillor Hazelton because you appear to be unfrozen, but welcome back. And I think there's a couple of answers coming forth for you. And so I'm going to first, now that you're back, I think you had a question outstanding with Ms. Levesque, and then we're going to go to our CBO.
Great, and apologize for that technology challenge. I wasn't just frozen, maybe I wasn't your screen, but I completely disappeared off of Zoom.
And we had to keep looking at you for a while.
Oh,
but
lucky
you weren't moving. So I'm going to, let's go to the CBO. And I believe the outstanding question was how far back from a property line does a septic bed have to be?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hazelton, that system itself is a filter bed. So minimum requirements for filter beds under the building code is a 3-meter setback from the closest pipe. That will increase depending how high that bed extends above natural grade.
Okay, so what I think I've heard is that people don't know exactly where the bed is. It's not noted on the survey. There is suggestion that it may be encroaching on part 2. So let's guess that it's encroaching on part 2 by 1 or 2 meters. And how wide is part 2, Sydney? It's like
Through the mayor is 33 feet.
33 feet, so 10 meters. So we've got, say, 2 meters of encroachment, 3 meters of gap needed. It looks to me like unless somebody's going to move a septic system that ultimately transferring part 2 to the Looney property will solve that problem. We've seen a lot of issues with, those kinds of things solved that way in the past. What I was trying to say before I disappeared into Vaporland there was that when we have problems where surveys discover that there are anomalies and we need to fix them, what I've seen in the past is we generally work at it in a cooperative, cooperative manner. I was invited to a Birch Acres Road Road Association meeting, and it was pretty obvious to me from the comments that were being made that the nature of the issues that are in front of us are not what I'll call being dealt with in a cooperative manner, which I find very frustrating. And we've certainly had recent letters helping us understand that this uncooperative nature continues. So without belaboring all of those issues, I would strongly recommend that we take this thing in a two-part process. And it maybe deviates a little bit from what Sydney provided, but as with Councillor Bocek's first comments, option the parts 3 and 4 I think are no-brainers. Do that immediately, and then potentially parts 1 and 2 approved, subject to the resolution of easements with the properties that are seeking to get easements on those for parking to get access to Island 865. So I would think that a two-step process makes sense, probably best for the community, and would allow us as a township to take the greater good, so to speak, into mind as we try to help these neighbors resolve some of these conflicts.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Johnson.
Go ahead.
Mr. Johnson, are you a member of the Road Association, Birch Acres Road Association? I'm sorry, your mic is off.
Okay, there I am. I'm not a member of the Road Association, no. As legal requirements are, is that as the owner, I'm to give the association permission to do work on my property. So they asked me, and I give them permission to go ahead and do what they need to do. And also did require that they had put in place insurance for working on my road system as well.
Thank you. So just to rebut what you had said, I was invited to the Road Association meeting, as was Councillor Hazelton, and we heard what they had to say. I was an invited guest. I was not invited by you to come down and speak to you about this. So I don't know where the responsibility lies with me to reach out to you, as you had mentioned. So you had never contacted me in the past to come down and visit and hear your side of it. So I think your statement is not truly accurate. I was invited by the Road Association. It's not a request of mine. Second,
I wasn't aware that I needed to defend my rights in council. I was just looking to resolve the issues that were in place. And I haven't actually had very much of any communication coming to me from the Road Association. In fact, they wouldn't communicate with me for the first.
To both of you, let's get back to the topic of the road allowance and shore road allowances, please.
Thank you. And again, through you, Mayor, perhaps a question about the septic system. This septic system was installed, I understand, by a local contractor. Was this septic system approved by the Township of Georgian Bay upon completion?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bocek, yes, it was.
So at the time of approval, obviously the township was satisfied that it met the setback requirements or any requirements needed for this septic bed to be installed. So I'm going to take that out of the formula as well too. Basically, that's my questions. And Mr. Johnson, if you would like me to come and visit you, please give me a call, and I'd be more than happy to come down. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I've been listening to all this interaction, and it's all very interesting. I'm still sort of in a bit of a quandary here because I don't think we should be selling shore road allowance unless there's shore road allowance that's being sold to the abutting property, not other parcels that are not owned. And so therefore, and in fact, we've been chastised by MNRF back in 2017 for selling shore road allowance to a property owner that wasn't adjacent. So I think we need to be very careful with what we do or don't do. So I think the solution, either 3 or 4, from my perspective, makes sense. 3 I could live with, but and the others are not really because of the abutment issue. And Sydney, is my assessment correct about the abutment or not?
Through the chair to Councillor Cooper. So 3 and 4 do abut the property, and so does part 2 as well. It's just part 1 where that issue lies because of how the lines are drawn out. So they do abut. There's other policy concerns in regards to parts 3 and parts 2, but it's not due to the abutment.
But just to be clear, in solution, that the solutions you offered up, which were 3 and 4, that deal with the abutment, whereas 1 and 2 don't necessarily meet the requirement for abutment. Is that correct or not?
Through the mayor, part 2 does abut. The policy concern is in regards to consent of the abutting neighbor. So because lot 30 did not provide consent, so how the township normally approves applications is you have a road allowance that abuts 2 properties. Each abutting property owner has rights to half of the road allowance. So the owners of 210 Birch Acres Drive did purchase half in 2019, and they are now requesting the previous owners of 210 Birch Acres Drive, so not the current owners, not Kevin and Cynthia Looney, but the previous owners purchased half of the road allowance in 2019, and lot 30 has not provided written consent. They also have not submitted an application to purchase that half. So if council were to approve parts 2, they would be deviating from that section of the policy.
So, Mayor, if I just one more question, please. So, Sydney, what are you recommending? I'm getting a headache.
Through the mayor, the township is not advocating for any particular outcome. The staff's role here was just to provide an outline of the policy considerations and options to council. Again, we're not asking council to resolve private property disputes. We are just asking them to decide if the township-owned lands should be retained, conveyed in whole or in part. So that is council's decision.
Thank you for that. And I guess I'm just going to say that as far as I can understand, in terms of meeting what I think needs to be done in terms of abutment, option 3. So there you go. Thank you.
Boy, now I have to try to remember what option 3 was. I got a couple of questions, and the first one, Ms. Levesque, I'm not sure I understand how you calculated your purchase prices for each of these lots. And so I hope you don't mind me asking, and like, to me, part 2 looks significantly larger than part 1 and yet has a significantly lower price attached to it. So that's why I'm curious.
Through the mayor, so shore road allowance is calculated differently than road allowance. So the shore road allowance is based on the linear meter, which is at $2.42 a linear meter, and the road allowance is $14 a square meter.
But
I can double check the
calculation. Isn't part
calculation.
2 significantly larger than part 1 in square meters?
I'll double check the calculations.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then the other question connected to that, Shore Road allowance by lineal meter, and we tend to do it along the except that both parts 3 and 4 are very unusual in their shapes, and so are you doing I'll call it the wet linear versus the dry linear?
Through the mayor,
If that makes sense.
A straight line extension across the shoreline.
Okay.
So we're not doing all the curves. And
Yeah, no, I
as
know, but
per our policy.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I apologize for not writing down what options 1, 2, 3, or 4 are, but I'm just looking at 4 different pieces of property, and I'd like to make my comments. I mean, unfortunately, one of the reasons this is in front of council versus just staff doing a routine shore road allowance or road allowance is because of the significant neighborhood interest, if I can put it that way. And I can understand a lot of those concerns. And I can understand that there's different levels of, shall we say, frustration between different owners of different parcels and all that. And council would rather not resolve any of those issues because that's well beyond our mandate. Though I will admit there are sometimes applications in front of us which we do have to make decisions like that. When I look at the 2 shore road allowance pieces, parts 4 and part 3, they're relatively straightforward in my mind in that they abut the applicant's property. They sort of complete the shore road allowance for them. Certainly in 4 makes perfect sense that way. The part 1, with its widespread use and its parking lot, I have real difficulty of selling that property, especially with all the easement issues, and it's clearly being used by more, at least my understanding, it's being used by more people than just those who do have easements over the lane. And I think that has to be resolved. I also, for me, a portion of part 2, which is the parking area portion, is, to me, I have the same response as I do to part 1, and that is that it has to be resolved. Because it's not, per our policy and per our, I'll call it, intentions or mandate, we should not be selling property that is being used for public access. And I think parts 1 and a small piece of part 2, you could use that argument. It's being used by the general public for public access, and if we were to sell it, it could potentially block that access. So I think parts 4 and parts 3, I would be, I can see the rationale behind making those sales. Part 2, I think, would have to be, let me call it, resectioned for us to consider. Part 1, I'm really hesitant at this point to put that on the block, so to speak, because I think there's just too many people who are using that part at this time. That's my take. I see hands. We're going to start another round. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. And points of clarification again for part 1, which is interesting hunk of land. Even if we were to sell part 1 as proposed or requested by the Looney family at this time to them, there's still a good section of that parking lot that is, correct me here, is owned by lot 30, correct? Or is that municipal land?
Through the mayor, I do believe a small portion does still encroach onto lot 30, but the majority of it is in part 1 and part 2. It's just not shown on the plan because it wasn't.
The survey does show a good hunk of, it says parking area for, turn everything sideways here, for island 865, and that looks like a larger area actually than part 1 and 2 together. I can leave that aside, but the road, Birch Acres Road, is that a private road then? Or is part of it a private road?
Through the mayor, I would have to confirm that. I'm not sure.
It's certainly not township. It is private.
It is private. Yeah, I'm seeking clarification because Birch Acres Road tends to go in several different directions.
Mhm.
It bisects lot 30, and then it goes off in two different directions from there. And I'm just curious to know if all of it is private road. And then, yeah, again, if you look at the survey I'm looking at as part of the report, shows part 1, part 2, shows the parking encroachment into part 2, but it also shows, looking at the map the way it's been presented, the survey to the right, it shows a good hunk of parking to me that is on lot 30 or whatever.
Through the mayor to Councillor Jarvis, I think regardless, there are still some private property disputes that will have to be figured out between the property owners. But again, that's not what council's deciding today.
And notwithstanding, I understand that. I'm just, what I'm getting at here is, even if we were to allow the sale of part 1, there's still a big parking dispute that needs to be cleared up.
That's correct.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, my question is to our clerk as well, and it's actually along the same lines. I think the mayor has sparked some lingering thoughts that I had, but we just brought them to the forefront. And so with the parking use on the road allowance, I'm just curious about the township's position on a commercial operation on a piece of road allowance that is technically township land. I know if we had a dock on the shoreline, we would ask for a license of occupation. Is there any kind of license of occupation issues that may be embedded here that also would need to be addressed to maintain that parking lot there?
Through the mayor, there's not currently, there's no active license of occupation for the parking area. The township would have to, depending on how this application goes, we will have to look at this further. Now that this has kind of been identified as an issue, we were unaware until this application came forward. So we would have to look at either getting those registered easements for that parking area or potentially a license of occupation. But again, those are things that would be considered at a later date.
And I mean, some of that might preclude us when we make a decision on parts 1 and 2 is okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, I just wanted to make clear that Councillor Hazelton is the Ward 4 councillor, and I am the district councillor for wards 1 and 3. So contrary to my last statement to Mr. Johnson, if Mr. Hazelton is asked to do a site visit or to visit Mr. Johnson, then he has the ability to call me and ask me to join him. I'm certainly not going to step on his toes or come out of my wards or my responsibilities to step in on top of Councillor Hazelton. And Councillor Cooper is also wards 2 and 4, which is his district responsibility and local. So I'm really out of my realm here stepping in, but I would gladly attend a meeting if either of the councillors from the area asked me to join. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek, today you're not even allowed out of your house.
I am quarantined right now.
Thank you. All right. Council, I have in front of me a draft motion that contemplates us deciding between parts 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I don't know if we'd want to do a straw vote in each one before I read a motion or how we'd want to go with this, but I'm basically reaching out to council and asking each of you to comment on the 4 parts. If there are any of those parts you'd be in favor of granting, and then from there we'll come up with a motion and see whether we can get it carried. Councillor Cooper, please.
I would suggest, as we are trying to do a straw vote, it would be really helpful if Ms. Levesque would post that list of the 3 or 4 options. I think it was 4 options on one of.
I like that suggestion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Levesque, can you do that for us? All right, so option 1 is selling everything. Option 2 is 3 and 4 only. Option 3 is 4 only. And option 4 is nothing. If you don't like those options and you have an option 5, please speak up. Councillor Cooper, you get to go first.
So, as I understand it, common law dictates that the abutting property owner who should have the first right of refusal on closing any shore road allowance in front of their property. It has to do with riparian rights, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm very uncomfortable selling something that isn't abutting. And as I understand it, Sydney, and correct me if I'm wrong, that being the case, it either would be for me option 3 or 4, but I'm leaning to 3, and that's what I'm suggesting for all concerned, and maybe keep us out of the courts potentially. So that's what I'm suggesting as option 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm looking at option 2 because I gather part 3, there's, I think, if I got this right, Sydney, that for part 3, the abutting other owner is comfortable with Looney's purchasing 3 and 4. So 4 is natural as per Councillor Cooper's comments. I'd like it if we could figure out how to portion out part 2 in order to allow for that septic situation to be resolved. But that's not part of this. Yeah. So I'm happy with option 2 right now.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
I'm in favor of option 2, but I would like option 1 deferred, if that is possible, so that we can revisit this back in council at another time. But my option today is option 2.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, my option is option 1.5 because I'm difficult.
I was going to suggest that, but I'm glad you.
All right, thank you. So you understand what I
self-identified.
You know, I think parts 3 and 4 are probably sufficient for sale to the Loonies, but I think if there was that carve out on part 2 that was beyond the parking lot, that would resolve the concerns that I have about that end of part 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Where am I? Councillor Hazelton.
Well, thank you. On my screen, I was ahead of most of those guys, but I guess not on your screen. Anyways, I too, like Councillor Predko, would like to introduce a new option. We'll call it option 1.5 or option 5, whatever. Anyways, option 2 done. As I hear the comments that came up regarding parking, I'm not sure that we want in our township to start having to deal with parking on private roads and or township lands or whatever. And to me, the whole thing would be way easier in an end state if we allowed parts 1 and 2 to be conveyed to Loonies, subject to the easements being resolved with the neighbors. And that takes the township out of parking on township land, which maybe we don't want to set a precedent. I know we already have a precedent, but with that on Go Home Lake, but I don't think we want to continue those precedents. And so getting the township out of parking on private land would solve that issue. So I think kind of an option 1 0.5, sort of as what Councillor Pridko said, which is all parts with an easement requirement first for parts 1 and 2.
Question for you, Ms. Levesque. Would you advise, let's talk about parts 1 and 2. Would you advise us to, I'll call it, if we're so inclined, because I'm not sure council is, but would you advise us to approve that with conditions of easements, or would you advise us to defer it until easements could be put in place?
Through the mayor, we do have a draft resolution ready that does add that condition of registered easements, the requirement before conveyance is finalized.
Okay. So council, and I'll read that one line that they highlighted, and you've probably seen it already, but it says, for parts 1 and 2 only, that registered easements shall be established to secure access rights for the property owners of Island 865 as part of the conveyance process. Would that increase anyone's appetite to go for, I'll call it option 1, given that, or do you want to stick with option 2, which is just parts 3 and 4? Councillor Bocek.
Yes, without further information stating that easements must be agreed to, then option 1 would be my choice.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, I think you've already said what is your choice, but let's confirm.
But I was just trying to deal with the wording that came forward. It was talking about access rights, and do access rights include parking?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. But again, that would be dealt with through the easement process. So they would that would be deferred to planning after approval.
Understood. I just didn't want the opportunity for parking to be excluded from access.
Because all those easements would have to get consent through the Committee of Adjustment if they are to be registered on title.
That's correct.
Having gone through that experience myself a couple of times. So and I do know easement agreements often make specific reference to parking as to whether it is or is not allowed, or where. Any other councillors? I can do this in 2 steps. One is we can pass I can call a vote on parts 3 and 4, and separately I can call a vote on parts 1 and 2. Councillor Pridko.
Through you, Mayor, this is a public meeting. We're not making any binding. We're just making a recommendation to staff, correct?
No, we are making decision here.
Oh, okay.
You're getting ahead of yourself for the planning portion.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Nice try. Okay.
I like your suggestion, Mayor, by the way, if you don't mind.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to call a motion on parts 3 and 4 only. And then following that, I'm going to call a motion on parts 1 and 2. Okay. So, moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council pass closing bylaw 2026-012 as updated to stop up, close, and convey part of the shore road allowances in front of concessions 10 and hey, one moment, please, because I'm.
Through the mayor, sorry, I did a quick calculation while we were talking, and parts 1 and parts 2 were calculated incorrectly. So that was my fault. So I have a new purchase price. I don't know if that's being included in the resolution.
The new purchase price will be used then in the second motion once we get to that point.
Okay.
But thank you. We're only doing 3 and 4 initially. So it's the shore road allowance part that I have to read.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And parts 3, parts 4.
Okay. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. I'm going to try this again. Moved by Councillor Bocek, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council pass closing bylaw 2026-012 is updated to stop up, close, and convey part of the original Shore Road allowance in front of concessions 10 and 11, and part of the original Shore Road allowance in front of lot 30, concession 11. Namely part 3 at a purchase price of $968 and part 4 at a purchase price of $3,051.62 on Plan 35R27997, formerly Baxter, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, the District Municipality of Muskoka, 210 Birch Acres Drive, for a total purchase price of whatever that adds up to, roughly $4,000. And that council passed a deeming bylaw 2026-013, part of Plan M30, formerly Township of Baxter, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, the District Municipality of Muskoka, not to be a registered plan of subdivision for the purposes of Planning Act RSO 1990 CP 13 S50 bracket 3. So this motion is to approve the sale of the 2 Shore Road allowances that we'll call Part 4 and Part 3. Council, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. I think I have everybody there. That is carried. I don't know if I deserved applause, how poorly I read that. But on behalf of the other councilors, thank you. All right, we're going to do it all over again on parts 1 and 2, but there's an extra very important sentence in that, and we have new values. The values have been corrected. The mathematician in me was correct. There was an error. And even though it still doesn't make sense. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience. I find myself questioning the square meters recorded on the survey for part 1, and therefore my motion is going to be for amounts to be confirmed later, because there's the math doesn't work. So let me try this. Moved by Councillor Boat, and I guess I have to have 20. That'll have to be a 14 now, won't it? And I won't need this anymore because we've already done it. The deeming bylaw. Yes. Okay. Moved by Councillor Bocheck, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council passed the closing bylaw 2026-014 as updated to stop, close up, and convey part of the road allowances between concession 10 and 11 in front and part, yes. And I'm going to say at a price to be confirmed later on plan 35R 27997, formerly Baxter, now in the township of Georgian Bay, the district municipality of Muskoka, 210 Birch Acres Drive, for the total purchase price to be confirmed plus HST, and for parts 1 and 2 only, that registered easements shall be established to secure access rights for the property owners of Island 865 as part of the conveyance process. So, council, we're passing a motion to, we're considering a motion. We haven't passed it. We're considering a motion to sell parts 1 and 2 for a price to be confirmed later, and with the requirement that registered easements shall be established to secure access for the property owners of Island 865. Is clear? If you vote in favor, you're saying 1 and 2 will be sold, but easements have to be established. Councillor Jarvis.
Point of clarification.
Absolutely.
I'm understanding for the most part this motion. I just we only need easement on part of part 2.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be how they would work that out? It would be part of part 2 that would have the easement agreement, or how would that be?
That would be in a sense up to them.
Up to them to decide. Okay.
You know.
Thank you. What fun.
Yeah, because you can issue an easement over a whole piece that's only part is used, or you can get a surveyor to draw a line and say, create a new part. Yep. Any other questions? Council, are you clear on what I'm calling the vote on? Okay. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 5 hands online. That is carried. All right. Having, I would vote in favor. Yeah. Having said that, everybody can cheer, but the work ain't done. And trust me, establishing easements isn't always easy. So I wish you luck with all that. And I do caution Mr. Looney, or Mr. and Mrs. Looney, the purchase price of those properties, I believe, is going to be a little higher than what was originally stated because of the miscalculation. So that's on part 3 and 4, that could change? Part 3 and 4 are firm. That's firm. That's been confirmed. Parts 1 and 2 does seem a little weird to me, and I think that on the survey, the area they set aside for part 1 and part 2 might have been reversed, we don't know. We want to get that confirmed. And I don't want to get my ruler out and my magnifying glass right now. All right. We need a break. Before we go into public meeting, we need a break.
Mayor, just can I say something? Yeah, so there's a variety of people in the audience who are very interested in this application.
I want to hear Council Hazelton before we make the break. Thank you. Council Hazelton.
I just wanted to thank the community in this case who provided some very important information and balanced information to this matter that wouldn't have come without their stepping up and being active. So I think that was critical. And I think I know I can speak, I think, for Councillor Bocek. We both appreciated being invited into their fold to hear what was really going on in that community. And that provided us a better insight for being able to consider this matter.
Thank you. I appreciate that we have a room full of people who are actually interested in what's going on.
Absolutely.
That doesn't happen with a lot of our files. Though we always have somebody very interested in our files. Anyway, thank you very much. And we're going to take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 11:15, please. All right, let's get back at it. We are now going to enter the Planning Act public meeting portion of our meeting. So you get my speech. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for 3 proposed zoning bylaw amendments and 1 official plan amendment. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this to be a public meeting pursuant to sections 22 and 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. A, zoning bylaw amendment Z25-13 for 414 High Street. B, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment file O25-05 and Z25-14 for 2416 Island 404 Georgian Bay. C, zoning bylaw amendment file Z26-01, the 6 Mile Lake GFA definition. And D, zoning bylaw amendment file Z26-02 for 377B Macey Bay Road. To our clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications, and a key map showing the location of the properties or a description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may have also been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay official plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes the decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department. One letter was received from Kelly Nicholson, Chief Building Official, stating that building permits will be required and details of existing construction will be needed. One letter was received from the District of Muskoka stating staff do not object to the application if a holding H symbol is added and that the hold can be removed once a commercial entrance permit is issued and a qualified traffic impact brief is submitted to the district's satisfaction. 12 letters of support were received from Don McDonald, Lisa Karen, Lois and Brian Lemke, Louise Rivet, Marie Kribbe, Pam and Cliff Jordan, Richard and Paula Snyder, Leah Leto, Ron Cameron, Dakota Grant, Cassandra Cesarin, and Christine and Mark Campbell. One letter of concern was received from Stacy Miller stating she has concerns that the property was converted to commercial use before permits were submitted. The proposed ice cream shop has inadequate parking and its location beside the school creates safety risks during busy traffic times. One letter was received from the Severn Sound Environmental Association stating that the property is outside of the intake area and therefore they have no comment.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wanfor, this is your file, I believe, for your presentation.
Thank you, and through the mayor. The subject property has an area of 448 square meters and a frontage of 10.67 meters on High Street, located next to MacTier Public School. There are no significant natural heritage features on or abutting the lands. The lands are developed with a single-story detached dwelling with decks at the front and rear and a shed in the rear as well. The purpose and effect of the application is to rezone the subject property from a residential multiple type 4 exception 2 zone to a residential multiple type 4 exception zone to permit an accessory ice cream parlor and one dwelling unit having one standard parking space and one accessible parking space, with the parking area having a 0 meter setback to the south side lot line and deck and no loading spaces. The provincial planning statement provides policy direction on matters of provincial interest related to land use planning and development. The subject lands are located in settlement areas, which shall be the focus of growth and development. Land use patterns within settlement areas should be based on densities and a mix of land uses which efficiently use land and resources, optimize existing and planned infrastructure and public service facilities, support active transportation, and the like. Its state's authorities shall support general intensification and redevelopment to support the achievement of complete communities, including by planning for a range of mix of housing options and prioritizing planning and investment in the necessary infrastructure and public service facilities. The subject lands are designated urban center within the District of Muskoka's official plan. The district's plan aims to support area municipalities in strengthening urban centers and community areas by promoting downtowns and main streets as commercial focal points, encouraging development that aligns with anticipated growth, fostering diverse and compatible land uses in close proximity, and facilitating the efficient reuse of existing buildings for a wide range of uses. The plan indicates that a full range of uses are permitted within urban centers, provided such uses are appropriate to the infrastructure that is planned or available. The lands are designated residential within the urban center of MacTier and the Phase 1 servicing area. The goal for MacTier is to develop MacTier as a sustainable business and service center with physical, economic, and community development directed to creating an economically and socially healthy and environmentally sound community with a water-oriented and railway heritage focus. The residential designation is intended primarily for a full range of housing types, permitting small-scale, compatible secondary uses with growth directed toward infill, intensification, and controlled expansion where appropriately serviced. All new development is required to be consistent with MacTier's master plan and design guidelines. In this plan, the lands are located along the community gateway. To summarize, the MacTier Master Plan presents a cohesive vision for a safe, accessible, and pedestrian-focused community, emphasizing consistent streetscape character, enhanced walkability, and integrated public realm elements. The concept plan establishes a hierarchy of primary, secondary, and local streets with tailored design treatments, supported by placemaking features such as pocket parks, public art, and coordinated amenities. Streetscape design guidelines outline standards for sidewalk widths, durable paving materials, native plantings, pedestrian scale lighting, accessible crossing, and unified street furniture, all aimed at improving connectivity, safety, aesthetics, and long-term sustainability. The lands are zoned residential multiple type 4 exception 2 in the township zoning bylaw. Permitted uses are limited to a triplex dwelling, converted dwelling, duplex dwelling, and a semi-detached dwelling. The only special zone requirement is a minimum lot frontage of 10 meters. All other RM4 zone provisions continue to apply. The existing building has a legal non-complying side yard of 2.64 meters on one side and 3.15 meters on the other. The building complies with the maximum permitted building height, minimum required front yard, minimum required rear yard, and the maximum permitted lot coverage. The ice cream parlor meets the zoning bylaw's definition of a retail store. The zoning bylaw states that where any building is used for more than one permitted use, the applicable zone provisions that regulate each use shall be complied with, including but not limited to parking. The retail store requires 3 parking spaces, and the dwelling unit requires 2 parking spaces, for a total of 5 on the lot. The zoning bylaw also requires one of these spaces to be accessible. Access ramps and driveways accessing a parking area or parking lot shall be a minimum of 3 meters in width for one-way traffic and minimum of 6 meters in width for two-way traffic. A loading space is also required for the commercial use. The applicant has been informed that a commercial entrance permit is required by the District of Muskoka, and a traffic engineer will need to be retained to prepare a traffic impact brief to confirm the access layout allows for safe vehicle maneuvering without obstructing traffic on the district road. The public meeting is only for the purposes of conveying information and gathering comments. The public meeting allows for ongoing dialogue with the public, agent, owner, council, district, and commenting agencies. Should the dialogue result in significant revisions to the development, an additional public meeting may be required. Otherwise, the planning analysis and evaluation report with recommendations shall be presented to council at a future meeting after comments are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant or agent wishing to make any comments? Can you answer?
Good morning. Just want to make sure that you can hear me. Typical Zoom greeting.
Yes, we
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Great to see you. For those who don't know me, I'm Jessica Gunby from JKG Consult, and I've been retained by the owner of 414 High Street, Mactier, to facilitate the application process in order to convert an existing residentially zoned unit to commercial. We do acknowledge that in the past, this unit has had commercial uses, that was under previous ownership. And so we would like to make it legal now moving ahead in order to have an ice cream shop in the downtown core. In conversations with planning staff, the shed currently does not comply with the side yard setback, so that will be moved when we are able to, once all the snow and water has dissipated. And so it will comply with the side yard setback at that time. The main concern, as I'm sure you're all aware, is the parking. I will note that when doing the site plan for this application, we did not include the parking that the rear dwelling uses. They do park at the back of the property. We can add that to the site plan for when this comes back for future discussions with council. One of our goals is to bring foot traffic from the public parking lots in the area as well as they're exploring the community of downtown Mactier. We have the two public parking lots in the area, as well as on-street parking. As I said, the apartment uses a parking spot at the rear, and we are proposing 2 parking spots in front of the building. We are working with a traffic engineer to provide the requested report, the traffic impact brief, and we have been in discussions with the district, so we have clarity as to what is required. And I'm sure we've all seen many existing commercial units on tight Main Street areas. Being from Coldwater, I can express to you that there are many, and so they do exist, but there is more parking for this unit than some that exist. For instance, I think the art gallery down the street was approved with only 1 parking spot a few years ago, but I understand that it's different as they're not having any sort of goods being delivered for sale. That being said, because this is proposed to be an ice cream store selling ice cream, prepackaged candy, for instance, and drinks in a cooler, the owner was going to be doing the one picking up and doing deliveries in his own personal vehicle. I know that that does not have an impact on the district requirements, but that is what the plan is, not having large commercial vehicles in the area doing any deliveries. We know that it's not a guarantee that the current owner will always own and operate this establishment, but for the time that they do, staff will be family members living in the area, immediate area actually, and they do not require any additional parking if parking for staff was a concern that anyone had at this time. We've also been in communication with the health unit to make sure their requirements will be followed. We do have a designer, Daniel Fuller, who is also present, as far as I know, to answer any sort of specific questions you have about the design. The owner is present in the gallery, and we do want to make sure that our thanks is expressed to all of the community members who have written in support. It's appreciated knowing that the residents are supporting each other and their ventures while wanting to see additional business brought into the area. We're also aware that this is not up for approval today, so we are here to receive all comments and to review them and moving forward with the application. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Is the owner present, and do you wish to make any additional comments? Okay. Then I get to see if there's any members of the public who wish to make any comments. Ms. Braden.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, councillors, staff. Thank you. My name is Louise Rivet. I'm from Mactier. I'm been a resident for many years. I'm very familiar with the property. I'm also very involved with the Refresh Mactier plan and the Mactier master plan. This journey of this applicant is a journey that I wish every council member could undertake with an applicant, so you understand the number of hoops they have to go through, not only at the municipal level. They have to satisfy the province, and also they have to satisfy the district, because this particular property is on a district designated road. The cost to this applicant to have a little ice cream shop is unbelievable. So they have to apply for the applications. They have to have new building plans designed for a building that's been up for more than 30 years, a building that was built as a commercial building. It was built first as a real estate office, then it was a video store, then it was a hairdressing salon. So the commercial use is well established. The use is established in the footprint of our town where commercial use is supposed to be. Why an applicant also has to now pay for a traffic study in a commercially developed area is ridiculous. I would ask two things of this council and this staff. Please advocate for this applicant. There is already an entrance cut into the driveway. Why they need a permit is beyond me. They developed the Anglican Church without a traffic study. They put a driveway in 20 feet from an intersection across a sidewalk, and there was no traffic study required for that. Maybe they needed an entrance permit, but I don't know. If they didn't need a traffic study to put a driveway in 20 feet from an intersection to convert a church from an art gallery to an art gallery and a residence, I don't know why this applicant needs a traffic study to put an ice cream shop in the middle of a commercial area. So I would ask you to advocate for this applicant to set aside that provision from the district. The cost is phenomenal. If there's a cost to the entrance permit, waive it. The entrance is already there. Please don't require that he has to change that entrance from a single entrance into a double entrance. Doesn't make any sense for that. Ask the district to come and inspect rather than doing a peer review. Make it easier for this applicant and for any other applicant that wants to develop in Mactier. Who wants to go through? No one's going to do it if they have to go through these hoops. So I would just ask you to consider that on his behalf to keep the cost down. Right. One other question is, I understand that when the bylaws are passed, the bylaws have, I just want clarification. When bylaws are they prepared by the township, or does the applicant have to hire someone to write the bylaw that the township requires? I just wanted to know that for my understanding of the role and what the planners do versus what the applicant has to do when it comes to bylaws. Because if that's the case, I think the township should be writing the bylaw, not the applicant.
Yeah,
Those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your concerns about the district required traffic study, which of course is beyond the realm of this particular room, if I can put it that way. But certainly I fully appreciate the excessive requirement when, if it was a residence, that residence could have had a car or two, and then the proposed development has a space for 2 cars. Maybe they'll go in and out a little more often, but come on. Anyway, yes, we will see what we can do on that one. No promises, because I say it's beyond the scope of today's meeting. Any other members of the public who wish to make any comments? As I think has been noted, we received probably a dozen in favor letters. All right. Seeing none at this point, I'm going to turn it over to council, and Councillor Bocek. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I'm totally in favor of this application. I'm a frequent flyer in the Mactier area. There is a ton of parking in Mactier, up by the library, Mrs. C's Park, the arena. There's just so much parking in that township that isn't normally used. That shouldn't be an issue. And being the district councillor for that area, I can certainly take the concerns up to district as well too. the downtown core of Mactier really needs to be refreshed. And this is the exact example of what we would like to see in Mactier and part of the refreshment of Mactier. So I'm willing to work with anyone from the Mactier area at the district level, but at the township level, I have no issues with this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pedco.
Thank you, and through your worship. Similar to Councillor Bocek, I'm completely in support of what the Sarrasin family is trying to accomplish here. This is the goal of attracting businesses into Mactier to help sustain and build the community. When we talk to people in the community through the whole Mactier Refresh thing, they're all looking for businesses exactly like what the Sarrasins are proposing. And we're looking at a stretch of High Street, which is the downtown core, which is surrounded by commercial properties with a couple of residential properties. And it's an ideal place to continue to expand walkable businesses that are attracting not just locals, but people who are in Mactier for the day. And I think as Councillor Bocek had noted, there is ample parking in this area. Across the street, there is parallel parking. There is parking up and down the same side of High Street, and as well to note that the requirements in the past were not the same for all commercial businesses in Mactier. The Canada Post office that is 2 doors down doesn't have parking that's being required for the Sarrasin property. So it does have a history of commercial use. It isn't in a commercial area. I am extremely hopeful that for the April meeting, our planning department will be able to bring something back forward with a recommendation to move forward so that the Sarrasins can complete getting building permits and finishing their projects so they can open for the summer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rivich? You had your turn, you know that.
But this is the perfect time. We're going through a refresh Mactier. We have a master plan. Why can't the district exempt development on those commercial roadways where we know the commercial development is supposed to be and not have to require every applicant to do a traffic study? We had to do one for the Mactier parade. $1,500 for a traffic study to do a 12-minute parade in Mactier. Come on.
Yeah.
Exempt the area from traffic studies for development. Thank you.
I have a question for our planning department. It seems odd that we were restricting commercial, zoning restricts a commercial development when that was obviously the original use of the property and had been on numerous occasions. Is that because, did we change the zoning? Was there an application? Do we have any idea? I'm just curious.
Thank you. Through the mayor, to staff's knowledge, the zoning has always been residential on that property, and there's been no commercial zoning. We've heard that there's been a history of commercial uses there, but that's why we're going through the rezoning. So neither this zoning bylaw nor the previous zoning bylaw recognized commercial use there. There are provisions for home occupations. This goes beyond home occupation, and there's flexibility in policy to consider this at the site-specific level, but no, it hasn't. The zoning has not changed.
Thank you. I mean, we won't question all that happened in the past, but just being a little bit curious about that. The zoning doesn't reflect the history. Can I put it that way? I have no additional comments to make other than I agree with everything I'm hearing, and I do think that a little bit like something that came up earlier. We have to be careful, and I'm speaking to district if you're listening. We have to be careful with the excessive requirements that they aren't so onerous when it's a relatively small ask. And I know those are all relative terms, and I know we have to be careful. I get that, but I think we have to scale our requirements to what the ask actually is. So if I'm not seeing any more hands, I'm going to read a motion, which is moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Oh, he's not. I don't see him there. So, oh, there he is. Be it resolved that the report regarding zoning bylaw amendment Z25-13 be received, and that the comments provided at the public meeting held on March 10th, 2026 be received, and that council direct staff to prepare a recommendation report and bylaw for council's consideration at a subsequent meeting after all consultation comments have been received and considered. All those in favor? And I got more than enough hands. I'll say that is carried.
Thank you so much, everyone.
All right. Now, number 2, we have official plan amendment 025-05 and zoning bylaw amendment Z24-14 for 2416 Island 404. Madam Clerk, correspondence report, please.
One letter was received from Kelly Nicholson, Chief Building Official, stating that building permits will be required and a septic review will be needed and upgrade may be required. One letter was received from the District of Muskoka stating they are not opposed to approving the concurrent applications. And 3 letters of support were received from Jason Carpenter, Karen Boltenhoff, and Stacy Withrow.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, your report.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. The subject site is located at 2416 Island 404, as we know it as Quarry Island. The lands are located on an island with water access only and has a total area of approximately 2,801.9 square meters or 0.28 hectares, measured above the Georgian Bay high water mark of 177.4, and a lot frontage of approximately 40.5 meters, measured from the high water mark also of 177.4. The topography of the lot consists of a sloping terrain that gradually increases from the shoreline. The property appears to be heavily covered with mature trees and native vegetation. Surrounding land uses include residential dwellings and vacant residential parcels on Quarry Island. A pre-application consultation request was submitted to the township on August 20th, 2025, as a result of a work order being issued by the building department for the construction of a deck and a sleeping cabin without the benefit of a building permit. In 2008-2009, the previous owners of the property had acquired a building permit for a single detached dwelling, as well as a building permit for a dryland boathouse. However, a sleeping cabin was also constructed without a building permit at this time. Further, in addition to the single detached dwelling, was then constructed without a building permit also. In 2010, the current owners purchased the property, and the lands contained the single detached dwelling, sleeping cabin, and a dryland boathouse. The current owner advised that the dryland boathouse was damaged and removed, and the building was reconstructed in the current location with an attached deck without a building permit in 2018. An official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application were received by the township on December 18th, 2025, and were deemed complete applications on January 5th, 2026. According to the surveyor's real property report dated July 15th, 2025 by Rudy Mack Surveying Limited, submitted with the applications, there is currently a single detached dwelling, a sleeping cabin, and a dryland boathouse on the property. The intent of the official plan amendment is to recognize the construction of an existing sleeping cabin in the front yard within the front yard setback. The intent of the zoning bylaw amendment is to recognize the construction of an existing sleeping cabin on a lot comprised of 0.28 hectares and a reduced front yard setback to the sleeping cabin. It's also recognizing a reduced interior side yard setback, an increase in the maximum width, and an increase in the maximum height of a dryland boathouse, and to recognize an increase in the maximum shoreline activity area and the maximum width of a shoreline activity area. The lands within 15 meters of the high water mark on all lots in any shoreline residential or shoreline residential island zones shall be maintained in a natural state, with this area being considered the natural state shoreline area. Within this area, existing native vegetation shall be preserved. Invasive species and trees which present safety hazards may be removed. A shoreline activity area shall be permitted within the natural state shoreline area to provide access to the shoreline and locations for land-based shoreline accessory structures. The shoreline activity area is calculated as a percentage of the natural state shoreline area. In relation to this particular property, the shoreline activity area shall be a maximum of 25% of the natural state shoreline area and shall have a maximum width of 25% of the shoreline length at any point within 15 meters of the high water mark. As the shoreline activity area is greater than the maximum permitted in both area and width, this will be included in the zoning bylaw amendment. The subject property is a whole lot in a registered plan of subdivision known as Plan M509. The registered plan encompasses the perimeter of Quarry Island, with the majority of the east side of the island abutting a provincially significant wetland. The center of the island is vacant land in one ownership. The subject property is on the northeast side of the island and slopes to a rocky shoreline. This is the sleeping cabin, as you can see there, that is in existence. You can see the rocky shoreline, the dryland boathouse that was rebuilt, as well as another photo of the rocky shoreline or the view from the canoe. Should the dialogue result in significant revisions of the development application and the proposed amendments, an additional public meeting may be required under the Planning Act. Otherwise, the planning analysis and evaluation report with recommendations shall be presented to council at a future meeting after comments are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant or applicant's agent present, and do they wish to? I'm going to say yes because you stood up.
Yes, through the chair. Yes, thank you. My name is Amanda Newlove, and I am a planner with the Jones Consulting Group, and beside me are the owners of the property. I do have a brief presentation, which I provided to staff. If they would be so kind to put that on the screen. That's you, Deb. No problem. Oh. Yes, I did email to staff. No problem. Perfect. Thank you so much. And yes, so through the chair, my name is Amanda. I am a senior planner and registered professional planner with the Jones Consulting Group, and we represent the owners of the property of 2416 Island 404, or better known as Quarry Island, in the township of Georgian Bay, who has submitted an official plan amendment application and zoning bylaw amendment application. Next slide, please. So as staff described, the lands are outlined in red on Quarry Island and contain shoreline residential uses. Quarry Island itself contains abutting shoreline residential uses along Georgian Bay. The nearest island is Beausoleil Island, which is approximately 3 kilometers to the west, and the remainder is vacant lands and other residential uses. Next slide, please. So this is the plan of survey showing the existing conditions of the property. There are 3 buildings on the property as described by staff. The first is the single attached dwelling, which is the right building to the red outlines. It was constructed in 2008 by the previous owner with a permit. However, the previous owner also constructed an addition, which you can see outlined on the right side of the building without a permit. Through consultation with staff, it was determined that no Planning Act applications were required to legalize this, and the owners are working with the building department to correct this. The second building is the sleeping cabin or bunkie, which is the central building. This was also constructed by the previous owner in approximately 2008 without a permit, and which has triggered the official plan amendment. The third and final building is the dryland boathouse, which is the left building outlined in red. The previous owner did acquire a permit for a dryland boathouse in 2008, and it was constructed along the beach. Through further review, it appears the previous owner constructed it in a different location than what was approved. So when the current owners purchased the property, it had the dwelling with the addition a sleeping cabin, and a bunkie along the beach, and that was in 2010. In 2018, due to some water damage and high rising water levels, the dryland boathouse was damaged, and the owner proceeded to demolish and reconstruct the boathouse in its current location without a permit. So we are here today to correct the sleeping cabin and dryland boathouse through the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. So as noted, the purpose of the official plan amendment is to recognize the existing sleeping cabin in the front yard. The zoning bylaw amendment will add an exception to the lands, which will take care of three parts: the sleeping cabin specific exceptions, the dryland boathouse specific exceptions, as well as the shoreline activity area, which is the area containing those two buildings. Next slide, please. So here are some site photos that staff also described. When viewing the property from the water, you can see it's quite vegetated, and the dwelling and sleeping cabin are minimally visible, if not at all. There is a portion of the dryland boathouse peeking through the trees, and that's what you can see there. Looking out from the beach of the property, you can see Georgian Bay. As noted, the closest island is Beausoleil Island, which is 3 kilometers. There is also, if council are aware of Quarry Island, a large shoal, and it's very shallow. So there's approximately 1 kilometer of quite shallow water that no boaters would pass. So the boaters are quite a distance away. These photos also show the dryland boathouse and sleeping cabin. These are 1-story buildings built into the sloping terrain of the property. Next slide, please. So as described in our planning justification report submitted with the application, it is our opinion that the applications have regard to matters of provincial interest and are consistent with the provincial planning statement. The applications will recognize 2 existing accessory buildings, will continue to contain residential development with individual water and wastewater services, and no further development or site alteration is proposed, which will maintain the existing tree coverage and vegetation on the lands. And a quick note regarding the wastewater services, there was a comment from staff in the report requesting confirmation that the septic system can accommodate both the dwelling and the sleeping cabin and meets the Ontario Building Code. We have had the designer review this, and we have a septic verification letter ready and prepared to provide to staff after this meeting, confirming that it does comply. Next slide, please. The lands are designated waterfront area in the District of Muskoka official plan, which permits shoreline residential uses and accessory buildings. The district has provided comments saying there are no objections to these applications. The lands are designated waterfront and within the Honey Harbor coastal community in the township's official plan. The township official plan does permit shoreline residential uses and accessory buildings. Next slide, please. So as discussed, the purpose of the official plan amendment is to recognize the existing sleeping cabin in the front yard. This is a standalone 1-story building that has existed for over 15 years. Although this is existing, it is our opinion that even if this was a new build, it is still appropriate and meets the intent of the township's official plan objectives. It will still have a front yard setback of 13.3 meters from high water mark, which is a slight deviant from the 20 meters required. It's constructed well above the regulatory flood elevation. It's minimally visible due to the existing tree coverage. And there is a picture on the bottom right showing the rear yard of the dwelling, which is where technically a sleeping cabin would be permitted. As you can see, relocating the sleeping cabin would result in further site disturbance and tree removal and would be impacted by existing topography, the septic system, and the hydro lines in the back. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to recognize site-specific development standards for the existing sleeping cabin, existing dryland boathouse, and the shoreline activity area and width. Next slide, please. So the first portion is the sleeping cabin. The minimum lot area for one sleeping cabin is 0.3 hectares. There's also permission for 2 sleeping cabins if you have a much larger lot area. This lot has an area of 0.28 hectares, so they are deficient in area by about 200 square meters or 0.02 hectares. Additionally, the zoning bylaw requires a minimum front yard setback of 20 meters, and the existing cabin has a setback of 13.3 meters. In our opinion, these are still appropriate as the lands have a lot coverage of less than 5%. This zone has a maximum lot coverage of 7%, so even though smaller in area, it still well complies with the lot coverage provided. It's minimally visible, located above the regulatory flood elevation as discussed. It complies with all other required setbacks. And again, it has been constructed for over approximately 15 years. And moving the building would result in that additional site disturbance. Next slide, please. The second portion of the zoning bylaw amendment is for the dryland boathouse. So all dryland boathouses are required to have a minimum interior side yard setback of 5 meters. And this boathouse has a setback of 3.96 meters, so just about a meter short. We have received a letter of support from the neighboring property that abuts this, which have no objections. The other two variances are related to height and width. It's important to note that dryland boathouses have a sliding scale of permissions in the township based on lot frontage. And if there is a larger lot frontage, such as 61 meters, boathouses are permitted to be much larger with heights over 4 meters and about 11 meters in width. Because this property has 40.5 meters of lot frontage, they are increasing the heights slightly by 0.4 meters, as well as an increased width by about 2 meters larger than allowed. In our opinion, this is still appropriate. It's minimally visible and it's over 20 meters from buildings on adjacent properties. It's smaller in permitted length because of the sloping terrain of the property. It does have an increased width to take advantage of that terrain, but they are not really able to push it further back. So it's smaller in permitted length to accommodate that width. Also, the height, it's required to be built on pillars, again, because of that sloping terrain, which resulted in that additional height. The building will remain accessory to the dwelling, being smaller in height, gross floor area, and overall built form. Next slide, please. So the final portion of the zoning bylaw amendment is the shoreline activity area. So as staff described, the natural state shoreline is defined as 15 meters within the high water mark, which is shown in red and blue. It is the township's official plan's goal to have 75% of the natural state shoreline to remain in a natural state. These lands will have approximately 89% of this area in a natural state. So although the shoreline activity area is being slightly increased in area and width, it's still going to contain primarily naturalized area. Also, again, it's a total lot coverage of less than 5%, which is also compliant, and no development is being proposed as these are all existing buildings. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, it is our opinion that the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are appropriate, as it will recognize the construction of an existing sleeping cabin and existing dryland boathouse. No further development or site alteration is proposed. The buildings are clearly accessory to the primary shoreline residential use, will maintain the waterfront character of the area, and not negatively impact any natural heritage features. The buildings have existed for 8 to 15 years and are minimally visible from the waterfront and adjacent properties due to existing vegetation that will remain. The exceptions are appropriate and consider the unique characteristics of the subject lands, Corey Island, and surrounding area. And it is our opinion that the proposed applications are consistent with the PPS, conform to the district official plan, and meet the intent of the township official plan and township zoning bylaw. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this application? Anybody online? Nobody's raising their hand. And with no public members commenting, I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I just had a couple of questions or comments and questions. Let's start with the dryland boathouse. I noted in your conceptual that the side of the building facing to the water had 2 windows, 1 sliding door, and a man door. To me, that says residential uses, not boathouse. What do you have to say to that?
Yes, through the chair, we do have pictures of the internal of the boathouse, and it shows that it is being used for storage of watercraft, and there's an attached deck on the boathouse, so the owners commonly use that area to sit and enjoy the water, as there's quite a beachy terrain. So the boathouse is being used to store all of those items, and that is included in our application.
Well, that's lovely, and I hope that remains, because it could lead to excessive use of the septic system, for example. If you had that as a second, it'd be like a third sleeping area, second sleeping cabin almost. So that is a concern I raised. The other point I raised, that from the initial presentation from Deb McCabe, she talked about it facing to the east, and I'm looking at this and sure looks like it's facing to the west to me. A, and B, that being the case, is 3 kilometers over to Beausoleil Island. Pretty windy shoreline here, especially in high water years. That could be quite problematic, and thus maybe some of the problems that happened in the past. That's not just from high winds, but ice damage, etc. So I wondered, am I wrong about this? Is it not facing to the west and over towards Beausoleil Island?
Yes, through the chair, it is to the west. So that was just a misspoke by Ms. McCabe.
Planner McCabe maybe was directionally challenged.
Well, I don't want you to be directionally challenged with the conditions on Georgian Bay. So that's why I raised this point. I caution you. That's all I'm trying to point out, that in high water years with a huge wave uprush, this could be over swamped, so to speak. The boathouse I'm talking about, the dryland boathouse, and as I said, ice damage is another factor. Thank you.
Through the chair, am I able to comment?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Cooper. That is exactly what occurred. There's very high winds and the rising the water levels. That's exactly how the original boathouse got damaged, which is what led to this situation.
The rebuilt area is about 4 feet elevated, just based on the elevation of the land from the previous.
Sorry, if you didn't hear that, when the dryland boathouse was rebuilt, it was rebuilt about 4 feet higher than the one that was damaged by the storm.
The slope of the land is naturally quite steep. So we learned that the hard way, but we wish we would have had this conversation before we purchased the property, to be honest.
Well, I'm not sure that you're going to get 12-foot waves, but you might get 6-foot waves. So just think about it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. We've lived with them. Thank you.
Any other councillors wish to comment? I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that the report regarding official plan amendment O25-05 and zoning bylaw amendment Z25-14 for 2416 Island 404 be received, and that the comments provided at the public meeting held on March 10th, 2026 be received, and that council directs staff to prepare a recommendation report and bylaw for council's consideration at a subsequent meeting after all consultation comments have been received and considered. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item, zoning bylaw amendment application Z26-01, 6 Mile Lake gross floor area definitions. To our clerk, any correspondence on this matter?
One letter is received from Kelly Nicholson, Chief Building Official, indicating she had no comments on this application. One letter is received from the District of Muskoka stating they are not opposed to approving this application. One letter of objection was received from Chris and Paul Kerrigan stating the GFA should not apply only to finished cottage floor space, not basements or other non-4 season structures, and that property owners should be free to develop their land as they wish. One letter is received from Sharon Mitchell and Alan Bradley stating that the entire basement, attached garages, and any overhang should not be included in the GFA, reflecting the position supported by the majority of cottage owners in 2019. One letter is received from West Fulford objecting to the removal of the 1.8 meter basement ceiling height restriction, expressing concern that this change will lead to 3-story cottages, increased GFA, and greater environmental impacts, and suggesting that if the restriction is removed, a maximum GFA per unfinished basement areas be added.
Thank you. Mr. Kratky, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with your permission, I will share my screen. Today is a public meeting regarding application number Z2601 for 6 Mile Lake gross floor area definition. The subject lands are the entire community of 6 Mile Lake. The purpose and effect of the application is to reestablish the definition of gross floor area, or GFA, for dwellings in the 6 Mile Lake Residential, or SR6, zone as it existed when the maximum GFA limits were set. The effect of the application is to exclude certain areas, for example, attached garages, unfinished basements, etc., from GFA. From its inception in 1998, the policies of the 6 Mile Lake Inland Waterfront Community Plan had remained essentially unchanged. Not long ago, Official Plan Amendment number 22 was approved by Council and adopted by the district. And it changed from a numerical guidance, the size of dwelling, to one of character and other less clear measures, but certainly well discussed within the official plan. However, the SR6 zone, after housekeeping, continues to rely upon those pre-official plan amendment number 22 maximums for gross floor area, width, size, etc. As a result, Council asked staff to look into the matter of what is the typical size of dwellings in the 6 Mile Lake Inland Waterfront community. And just one council meeting ago, Council received the draft version and staff finalized it. That background report did not find any justification at this time for the township to recommend increasing the gross floor area size limits in the zoning bylaw. However, there is an inequity that has existed since 2014 regarding the definition of gross floor area. In the 1991 zoning bylaw, when the 1998 6 Mile Lake community plan was approved and added to the official plan, the definition of gross floor area was the total floor area, including any screened porch, veranda, or sunroom, but exclusive of any covered entrance and any portion of the building or structure below finished grade, measured between the exterior faces of the exterior wall, which is used for heating, the storage of goods or personal effects, laundry facilities, and the storage of parking or motor vehicles. And the color coding here is important because staff heard Council's concerns about some of the wording that was used in that definition and heard concerns from the public as well at a public open house. And I'm not going to read the existing definition of gross floor area that applies to 6 Mile Lake because I think everybody is very familiar with it. But essentially, looking at the color coding, what staff have tried to do is not using the definition verbatim, but we're trying to keep with the purpose and intent of that 1998 definition of gross floor area in proposing a definition for 6 Mile Lake of gross floor area in Z2601. And the definition that staff are proposing is for all dwellings except an apartment dwelling located in the 6 Mile Lake inland waterfront community. Gross floor area means the area measured between exterior walls on all floors below, at, and above finished grade, including any screened porch, veranda, or sunroom, but excludes an attached private garage, any covered entrance, and an unfinished basement or cellar, which is used for mechanical, plumbing, equipment, storage of personal goods or effects, and/or personal laundry facilities. At the public open house, both the public and some councillors who were participating asked that at this public meeting, council have options before it. The options before you are not for a decision other than a direction on which this Z2601 application would move forward. So that is to say, if council were to select option 2 today, that does not mean that the option 2 SML GFA definition is adopted and approved. It simply would be what we would pursue next. And in this case, this option would change the purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment. So there would need to be another public meeting before a decision meeting of council. But essentially what we heard from a number of people at the public open house was, why are we making this so complex? Why aren't we looking to organizations that have standard definitions of gross floor area to inform our definition? And when council approved the housekeeping amendment to the zoning bylaw, which staff now are fairly confident or very confident is going to take effect at some point in the near future, council added an oversight where the definition of GFA for all uses outside of the shoreline residential and shoreline residential islands was unfortunately left out of the current bylaw. The housekeeping amendment for all those other uses in the municipality is based upon the ISO and BOMA definitions of gross floor area, but it is altered to sort of keep in line this pervasive intent of our definition of GFA to restrict it to apply to stories below grade that are only 1.8 meters or higher. And so that option 2 definition on the screen is more clear than the attempt staff have made to capture this purpose and intent of the previous definition. However, it excludes things like sunrooms unless they're heated or cooled. So it is an option, and that's all it is at this point. I've also provided 3 other options for council, but again, they're options at this point. It's not for you to make a decision. It's about where we go next in Z2601. One is that you would provide me direction today by resolution what kind of definition council thinks is appropriate in this case. Another option is to pause Z2601 until the related definitions of basement, cellar, and other things can be discussed through the official plan and zoning bylaw reviews and updates that are about to begin. And then a 5th option, of course, is to discontinue pursuing this application. At this point, I'm simply recommending that council accept all information provided regarding this application, referring that information to me for further discussion with anyone who commented, and directing me to prepare a recommendation report for consideration of council at the future meeting after comments are considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kratzky. Mr. Kratky, sorry. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this matter? I'm staring at you. This is your opportunity. Please come forward.
Yeah, good morning, Council. My name is Bill Winterholt, resident of the south end of 6 Mile Lake. I don't want to really say too much other than I support the basically the first recommendation of planning staff that based on the survey of character that was recently conducted. In my view, what's supported is the moderate revision going back to revising the definition back to what would be similar to what was in place in the first place in 1998, and moving forward with that at this time. I think it was observed in the report that there is a process, there's a further review process of the official plan, and I think any more significant adjustments would at least have to wait further analysis, which can be appropriately part of those further studies that I think are about to be launched. As I understand it, based on the report and the agenda today, in fact. So anyway, I just wanted to say that I think option 1 is what I would recommend to council to move forward with. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Harold Toiviainen. You probably all know me. I'm the president of the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association. I've more or less said my piece at the public meeting, but for the benefit of those councillors that weren't there, I'd like to reiterate, as Bill has said, the survey that we had in 2019, which was requisitioned by the council, found that a significant, first of all, it was a terrific turnout. We had over 51% of the lake responding to it, which was amazing. But secondly, the point is that a good majority of the 6 Mile Lake cottagers indicated that they wanted, first of all, they wanted to retain GFA as a measure of dwelling size. But secondly, that if we made any changes, it would make more sense to change the definition rather than to increase the numbers. Because there were things like basements, there were things like covered entranceways, there were things like attached garages, which seemed to show up quite strongly in the survey that people wanted those to come out of the definition. To echo, I think, the words of council from the previous meeting, it seemed like in 2014, the bad actions of a few bad actors were punishing the majority of the ratepayers on 6 Mile Lake. By making those changes that they did in 2014, you were closing loopholes, but the majority of people that wanted to build were suffering from that. So my only other comment would be to delay this. It's been 12 years now since those changes came into effect. A lot of people have spent a lot of money and gone through an awful lot of angst in trying to rebuild their homes and cottages. And I think it's time we do something. This isn't a perfect solution by far, but it moves the ball in the right direction toward giving the ratepayers what they need to be able to rebuild their dwellings. And hopefully in the future, we'll get an even better solution to this whole GFA problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Should I do the going once, going twice? All right, over to council it goes. Council. Councilor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I realize that we've already weighed in on this, but at risk of sounding like not a broken record, I'm very concerned about having separate definitions for GFA. I think for a number of reasons, but it can include setting a precedent and could be applied to other areas in our township, which is concerning to me because, frankly, things like screened-in verandas is another sort of issue, and basements. Screened-in verandas, if you ask MPAC, they'll tell you, they get filled in all the time and turned to residential uses. So do basements. So I realize that we've got a height restriction on basements here, but it's funny how things can change over time and the uses can change. So I'm very concerned about a specific GFA precedent being set here, and I think we should think. I think we're creating more ambiguity than definition, and I think the reasonable thing to do is while we're doing our official plan and zoning bylaw changes, that's when we should come to a clearer direction on this particular definition in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, please.
Yes, and through you, Mayor, I'd just like to thank Jeff Crackey in planning for including me in the talks. Certainly got a good message from planning and from the residents on 6 Mile Lake. And to Councillor Cooper's comments, not saying that anything is wrong, but was there not an established maximum square footage already on 6 Mile Lake?
There is, but again, the limits that are currently in the zoning bylaw were set in 1998 policies. And at that time, the definition of gross floor area did not include things like detached garages. And a detached garage can make a very significant difference in gross floor area. They also didn't include unfinished basements. And so what this proposal would do is return the basket of things that are added into the calculation to come up with the gross floor area number to the time period from which those maximum numbers were set, so that the calculation should fall within the limits without any distortions because somebody wants a detached garage. And I will say that one thing that's unique about this waterfront community versus many of our other waterfront communities is that many of the lots on 6 Mile Lake are road accessible. And other than the Honey Harbor coastal waterfront community's southern part, I don't think that's as true of any other waterfront community.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Councillor Jarvis, please.
Points of clarification, Mr. Crackey, if you don't mind, through the mayor. If a property anywhere within a municipality is just water access only, you can still have a garage, correct?
Not always. There are some of our waterfront communities that do not allow for garages. That being said, generally speaking, yes. However, again, this is about the attached versus a detached garage. So for example, on 6 Mile Lake, if you wanted to have a detached garage today, it would not form a part of your GFA. But if you wanted to have an attached garage, it would be a part of your GFA. And so it's always part of your lot coverage, whether it's attached or unattached. But right now, we've got maximum numbers that were set when we didn't count those garages, but we are counting those garages.
Appreciate that. And just to further to that, then for the SML community, would all properties be allowed to have a garage even if they're water access only?
I would have to double check myself, but I believe they would be.
So you could have currently, I think it's right, you could have a detached garage and that would not contribute to your GFA. But if you had an attached garage, even on a water access property, Doesn't make any sense at
6
all.
Mile Lake is unique in that there are no residential island zones. They are all SR6. And again, those are the kinds of sort of wrinkles in this that make that option to roll this into the official plan review and update, I think, appropriate. However, what I will say is that we've heard today again from the public that this has been a matter that's been of great concern to the community for a very long time. And even with the report you'll receive today, we're not going to be finishing anything in the short term. There is certainly no issue with council proceeding with the GFA definition recommended in option 1 and saying, look, we need to look at some things during the official plan and zoning bylaw review and update.
And I appreciate having something that's certainly a little bit more definitive. I just think that maybe when we review our OP, we might want to reconsider how garages are handled on water access properties, but that's down the road. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. To our planner, just a very quick comment that I appreciate the interest in making sure we look at cellars versus basement in the OP and zoning review. I think we do have a number of properties that sit on bedrock that are fully enclosed and are right now probably considered a basement, but they are not surfaces that you would ever finish. They are just used for utilities, probably a furnace or a water heater, and there's no intention of living down there. And I think if we could work on that definition, I think that would help separate out some of the concerns and issues that we have with basements. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, option 1, which is, I believe, what if Jeff can correct me, is staff is recommending, I think, is the right direction in this context. Option 5, I think, would bring us full circle right back to the beginning, and I think it would be counterintuitive and just not efficient, and would continue the contentious nature of this whole issue at hand. And so I think that option 5 is absolutely not a no-brainer with respect to it not being considered. I do echo concerns with regards to the some clarity on what's defined as an unfinished basement. So the definition of what an unfinished basement is versus a finished basement, I think, is going to be absolutely required. And then lastly, I'd like to be sure that we confirm that lot coverage limits are adequate as well. So specifically with garages now excluded from GFA, what prevents a property owner from maximizing both GFA and garage size? Is the lot coverage provision sufficient, Jeff, to control the total building footprint, or do we need a maximum garage floor area provision as well? So how can we balance that out with regards to garages as well? Thank you.
So I think a maximum garage floor area would be appropriate. Of course, it's not contemplated right now as a part of Z 2601. It most certainly is something that could be added to the discussion of the official plan review and zoning bylaw review and update. That being said, again, if we were to take a step back and start to look at including that now, there would need to be another public meeting. So my advice right now, appreciating again the comments from both sides of the community that both opposed and didn't, both supported and didn't support an expansion of gross floor area. I think that as imperfect as the solution of Z 2601 may be, that it probably is a good interim solution for now. I guess my comment in terms of unfinished basement is that the definition of the word unfinished would be used, and then the definition in the zoning bylaw of basement would be used. And I think between those, most people can make a proper determination as to whether a space is finished or unfinished. What I will say is that, and this was raised by a number of community members, this doesn't address an instance where someone seeks to skirt the rules by applying for an unfinished basement and finishing it after the fact. It doesn't. And so, you know, staff is recommending for now that we return to that weakness in the definition of gross floor area, because that is the definition of gross floor area that existed when these maximum limits were set for gross floor area. And so to compare apples to apples, as opposed to apples to oranges, I think this is very equitable and defendable. However, again, I have from the start believed that there needs to be, and I know people in 6 Mile Lake have not liked me saying this, but I think they need their time in the sun this time around, hopefully, where we continue to work together to make 6 Mile Lake what all of them want, because council has authority under sections of the Planning Act that bring into the sphere of not just what's justifiable, but what is aspirational through the official plan and the zoning bylaw. And so I think my hope is that although this is not a perfect solution, that this is the solution for the day, and that in the future, over the next couple of years, we'll be dealing with perhaps a more eloquent solution.
Jeff, I have one additional question. Thank you for that. If Your Worship, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. There was a concern, if memory serves me correctly, that at the open house with regards to blasting, specifically blasting for basements. And I'm wondering, given that this could open Pandora's box with regards to people developing basements in future and blasting to do so, can we, or are there mechanisms in place in which we can, and I'm sure Councillor Jarvis will appreciate this because I know his position on blasting, are there ways that we can scrutinize the request or the requirements for blasting and or toughen our blasting requirements to ensure that if a basement is going to be considered, that maybe they try to find a more optimal location that would mitigate blasting? Over to you.
I believe that would require an amendment to the blasting bylaw under the Municipal Act, and I see that Director Whitwood wants to address that.
Director Whitwood.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Graziano, and as Councillor Kratk indicated, the township currently does have a blasting bylaw. So certainly blasting within the first 20 meters of shoreline does not occur without council's permission. It is, however, my understanding that the bylaw department's work plan includes a review of the blasting bylaw, among other things.
Thank you.
I have a little bit of difficulty going backwards, even though I recognize the practicality of it. And I think there's a couple of things, and one thing that came out in the open house, and that is can we come up with a definition that is consistent with definitions that people are used to outside of the township? But I want to take that one step further. Wouldn't it be wonderful, and I don't know if this is achievable, but that we had the same GFA definition for the entire township? Different sections might have different numbers attached to it, and I know that's probably 2 steps too far, but I mean, in a dream world, we would have the same definition township-wide for GFA. And it would be somewhat consistent with at least 1 or 2 of the, I'll call it external definitions of GFA. But I do have a few concerns, and one is visual impact. In most parts of our province or the world, we're not worried about the visual impact because very few lots have the same slope or the same waterfronts that we have here. And I think somehow that, that is a concern. I mean, as one of our correspondents pointed out, what stops us from having 3-story faces on the water because, and with the first story not counting in effect? So that's one of the concerns. Can't help but wonder, I mean, I appreciate the lot coverage limit, and I think that and nobody's here is proposing that we get rid of some form of lot coverage limit, I don't think. But would we require like a maximum, I'm going to call it excluded GFA? In other words, if we are going to say that GFA is of a certain definition, and excluded from GFA is garages, basements that are used for, I'll call it other than living purposes and things like that. Would we consider something like, oh, say, excluded GFA cannot exceed 25% of included GFA? Or, and I'm not sure that, I have no idea if that's anywhere near the right number, because my concern is that, and I respect some of the concerns that were trying to be addressed with the 2014 revision, even if it tightened things too much, is that, you know, and as somebody else already pointed out, you build a basement, it's excluded, and the minute the folks, the township folks walk away from it, they start renovating it and finishing it off, and there's 3 extra bedrooms. And I know most of our residents don't have those plans. Because I also think what's very important about basements is, I'm going to call it their exposure, their above ground exposure. And this is the case, and we have so many of them here, where the back of it is totally buried, but the front of it is totally exposed. And, you know, so depending upon where you're standing on the properties, whether or not that is a basement, or is it, you know, if it's a walkout basement towards the waterfront, it absolutely affects the visual impact, especially when it's 80% glass. So I'm just throwing that out there as, to me, part of what I think we have to consider as we go forward, is that to what degree can we have relative consistency between GFA definitions and building definitions, for that matter, around the township. I mean, I'm a little bit amused, in a not necessarily positive way, when references, as Councilor Jarvis pointed out, well, you're allowed a garage even if it's not, even though you don't have vehicular, or sorry, say car road access. But to me, whether that building is a garage, dry land boathouse, shed, X, Y, or Z, it's still a building. It's still covering, it still takes lot coverage. It still may have visual exposure. And so, anyway, I dream of a more simple definitions for everybody. Perhaps that's a pipe dream, but I really hope that it's in the back of your mind as you work forward, that we might get a little bit closer to that pipe dream.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think staff would love it if we had a single definition of gross floor area and used policies in the official plan and then requirements in the zones unique to the circumstances that address those matters. I think trying to limit this, though, to the discussion on 6 Mile Lake, and I agree wholeheartedly with the concern that was raised at the public open house and today with respect to this issue of a walkout basement essentially becoming a 3rd story on 6 Mile Lake. And I think, as I discussed at the public open house, and I don't think I made clear today, I think our zoning bylaw right now is missing a definition, and that is a clear, straightforward definition of walkout basement. I also think our zoning bylaw does a poor job of defining basement and cellar, and I think we can do a much better job through the official plan review and zoning bylaw review and update. However, that's not going to happen right away. And it is an option. And if council is worried about the potential implications of Z2601, I am also saying, I hear you and I appreciate it, and I've given you some options. What I will say additionally with regards to the background study that we did was we discovered some really interesting things about 6 Mile Lake that previously had been sort of speculated but not known. And that is that the majority of lots on 6 Mile Lake are small. So lot coverage is very quickly going to come into effect and limit things like garages. So there would be applications, either minor variances or zoning bylaw amendments specific to locations within 6 Mile Lake for anything between now and whenever we do further work through the official plan review and update. There are a few very large lots. Some of those are still not built, so they are vacant land. And could there be unintended consequences in those instances? Perhaps. And I'm not going to lie or say otherwise. But again, I think it's a very small number. They are very large lots. And I think that, again, the community has very clearly indicated in a very general way that they want to find a way to move forward now, and they want to find a way that is fair and equitable to everyone. And that's why I said 2601 is recommended today.
The other comment I was going to make is that I think it's very important that we have height and width restrictions retained, because if that garage is on the side of that house that is all facing the waterfront, it's far more visible than if it's on the back and only faces the lane coming in. And so I think the height and width restrictions are also important. Council, any other comments at this time? All right. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council for the Township of Georgian Bay accepts all information regarding zoning bylaw amendment application number Z26-01 presented at the public meeting of March 10th, 2026, and refers all information and comments to Township staff for further discussion with anyone who commented, and directs staff to prepare a recommendation report for consideration at a future meeting after comments are considered. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is carried. Council, do we dare go on to another one, or do you want to break for lunch and get back to, because we have the Macey Bay bylaw amendment and we have the official plan and zoning bylaw review outline to go. If you want to keep on going, we'll keep on going, or we'll break. That's up. I'm looking for
Break for lunch.
Okay, let's
Break
break
for
for
lunch.
lunch. It's 1:45. Is half an hour enough, or do you want 3/4 an hour, folks?
Half an hour for me.
I'm not sure how to read those fingers, Councillor Graziano.
3/4 of an hour.
3/4. Okay. We will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back to the continuation of our Planning Council meeting of March 10th. And our next item is 8D, zoning bylaw amendment Z26-02 for 377B Macey Bay Road. To our clerk. Councilor Cooper, did you have your hand up? Haven't called the vote yet. Oh, all right.
It snuck up, sorry.
The following correspondence was received. One letter was received from Kelly Nicholson, Chief Building Official, stating that a consent condition will require sewage systems meeting the OBC standards for each property with an existing dwelling. One letter was received from the District of Muskoka stating they are not opposed to the proposed application and look forward to providing formal comments on the related consent applications once they are circulated. 2 letters were received from Adam Greasley and Danielle Pender opposing the application due to significant ecological impacts, including documented species at risk, habitat loss, and inconsistency with provincial environmental protections. And we request that Council deny the amendment, require a full independent environmental study, uphold species at risk legislation, prohibit blasting, and protect the shoreline as an irreplaceable ecological asset. 1 letter was received from Raymond, Catherine, and Sherry Binsel and Julie Ritchie, noting they do not oppose the CT2 to SR5 zoning change, but remain concerned about parcel configuration, SR5 frontage compliance, the need for further applications to clarify lot boundaries, septic and environmental impacts, and the effect of a FH1 zoning on development.
Thank you very much. To our planning department. Okay, there we go.
Thank you, and through the mayor. The subject lands have a lot area of 11.86 acres with a frontage of approximately 380 meters onto Georgian Bay. The subject lands can be accessed from Macey Bay Road via a registered right-of-way over the lands municipally known as 380 Macey Bay Road. The property currently contains 3 legal non-complying dwellings, 1 accessory storage building, and 2 privies. Otherwise, the property is for the majority in its natural state, containing areas of dense, mature tree cover, areas of exposed granite rock, and low-lying vegetation throughout. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone an approximately 0.35 acre portion of the property, currently zoned Tourist Commercial Type 2, to Shoreline Residential Type 5. The subject property does not currently support tourist commercial establishment, nor is one contemplated. The development contemplated for these lands is single residential uses. The CT2 zone does not permit single recreational dwellings, whereas the SR5 zone does. After rezoning the small portion of land from Tourist Commercial Type 2 to Shoreline Residential Type 5, the applicant wishes to create 3 new residential parcels, 1 retained residential parcel, and 3 easements to provide ingress and egress to the newly created parcels from Macey Bay Road. These parcels will be appropriately sized as per the township official plan policies. The appropriate consent applications for creating the proposed waterfront residential parcels and corresponding easements have been submitted to the planning department. These consent file hearings are to be scheduled for a committee of adjustment meeting subsequent to the recommendation hearing for the subject rezoning. In accordance with the pre-application consultation memo issued by township planning staff, the applicant had an environment impact statement completed in accordance with the township and district official plans. The EIS, completed by Ecosystem Research and Management, contemplates the entirety of the development proposal, including the subject zoning bylaw amendment, the subsequent consent and easement applications, the extension of the existing driveway, and the future development of the newly created parcels of land. The environmental impact statement, peer-reviewed by Hutchinson Environmental Sciences, found that the potential impact from the development will be concentrated on the open rock areas. No significant negative impact on the PSW is anticipated, which was the primary rationale for the EIS, as development will be outside the 30-meter setback from the wetland. Please note that the applicant has also submitted a functional servicing report, a hydrogeological assessment, a geotechnical investigation report, and a stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment in support of the rezoning and future development proposal. As defined in the provincial planning statement, the subject property is located on rural lands. Section 2.6 of the PPS identifies resource-based recreational uses, residential development including lot creation, where site creations are suitable for the provision of appropriate sewage and water services as permitted uses on rural lands. The subject lands are designated waterfront area under the District of Muskoka official plan. Resource-based recreational uses including low-density, single-unit recreational dwellings, and limited year-round low-density single-unit residential development are permitted uses in the waterfront area. Shoreline development shall consist of single-unit dwellings and accessory buildings and structures located on individual lots that are located in a linear fashion along the shoreline. The lands are designated waterfront under the Township of Georgian Bay official plan and are not located with any coastal waterfront or inland waterfront community areas. Legally existing residential uses, as well as new single detached residential and accessory uses are permitted in this designation. To be clear, no development is proposed as part of this application. This application is for the purpose of rezoning the 0.35 acre area of land currently zoned CT2 to SR5. This public meeting is only for the purposes of conveying information and gathering comments. Should the dialogue result in significant revisions of the development proposed by the application, an additional public meeting will be required under the Planning Act. Otherwise, the planning analysis and evaluation report with recommendations shall be presented to council at a future meeting after comments are addressed. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Are the applicants present and do they wish to make any statements? I see their names on the screen. Yep, Ms. Bosnick, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Miriam Vasney. I'm a planner located in Collingwood, and the owner of the property, Mr. Rennie Bidinot, has retained me to provide planning services for his property in the Township of Georgian Bay. I did send a short PowerPoint presentation to the township, and if they could bring that up for me now, that would be wonderful. Next slide, please. So the subject property is approximately 8 kilometers southeast of Honey Harbor on Georgian Bay. The lands have historically been identified as Island 89. The property is, though, connected to Macey Bay Road by a registered right-of-way, which provides access to the site. This right-of-way was granted in 1974 and is registered on title. And through the years, there's been call it a causeway that's been built up. So this so-called island is now completely connected. A vehicle can get to the island, and therefore, technically, by the definition of an island, it is not an island. It cannot be considered an island. Next slide, please. As Andrew pointed out, the subject property is zoned tourist commercial type 2, a small area, and the remainder is zoned shoreline residential type 5. The purpose of this zoning bylaw application is simply to change the CT2 zoning to the SR5 zoning in order to facilitate the future approval of the consent applications, as Andrew alluded to in his presentation. The rezoning will facilitate the creation of the 3 new residential cottage lots and 1 retained parcel, and 3 separate easements from the existing right-of-way across the property to the proposed retained parcel to provide vehicle access to these lots. Next slide, please. Andrew had shown some photos I assume taken a couple of weeks ago, and I thought I'd put in some photos taken in the summertime to give you an idea of what the property and the existing cottages look like. The top 3 photos are of the cottages, and these cottages have existed for approximately 65 years. Through the years, of course, they've been maintained and are basically right now, because they were constructed prior to the very first zoning bylaw for the township, which was bylaw 91-19, these cottages are considered legal non-conforming uses. Next slide. Just again showing the area that is to be rezoned, which is a very small portion of the property. Next slide. Now, although this zoning bylaw amendment is strictly to just rezone that small area, we did look obviously into the future when these lots are created to ensure that we do not need any relief from any other zoning provisions in your bylaw. And this slide demonstrates that we do not. The 3 new lots in the retained lot will meet the minimum lot area and lot frontage that is in the District of Muskoka official plan and the Georgian Bay official plan. And the other provisions of the SR5 zone can and will be met for any development on these proposed lots. Next slide, please. It is my opinion that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application is consistent with PPS 2024, both official plans, the District of Muskoka and the Township of Georgian Bay, and the Township of Georgian Bay zoning bylaw as amended. And in my opinion, this proposed application has merit and does constitute good planning for this area. This is the conclusion of my presentation. I am available to answer any questions. Also available is Mr. Rennie Bidinot, the owner of the property, and Chris Zolodaski, our environmental consultant, if you have any questions for him. So that's all I have right now.
Thank you very much. Oh, excuse me, I apologize. Are there any members of the public who wish to make any comments on this application? The only member of the public here is not raising his hand, so I don't know if there's anybody online. Nobody online is raising their hands. So I am going to now go to council, and Councillor Bocek, have you lead off this conversation, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's all right, I'd like to ask, where'd he go? Our planner. I don't see him on here anymore. There he is, Andrew. Is it okay if I ask him a question about the application?
We have a lineup of 5 planners in the room, so go ahead.
Andrew, during your presentation to council earlier, you said that a portion of this would be going to the Committee of Adjustments. Can you correct me if I'm wrong?
The consents.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. The consent applications and the easement applications will be going to the Committee of Adjustment for approval.
So my question is, the Committee of Adjustment is supposed to be used for only minor variances or things of the minor nature. And of my opinion, I think this is not minor and should be dealt with through council. But that's simply my opinion, and I'm very open to your explanation why any of this would go to the Committee of Adjustments.
Through you, your worship, I can clarify that for Councillor Bocek. These are consent applications, they're not minor variance applications, and the only way to create lots is through the Committee of Adjustment process. There is no minor variances being asked for here. It's for the creation of 3 lots with 1 retained lot and 3 easements for ingress and egress to the lots. The zoning bylaw amendment that's here before you today in the public meeting aspect is just a very small portion of the land that I believe, and this is just my opinion, was accidentally zoned as CT. Okay, so we're basically taking that out and putting it back to a residential zone, which is the remainder of the property as well. Once we can move forward and we find out that there is no major concerns or issues, Andrew and myself are both going to work on the consent and easement applications because there's 3 of each. And that's why it's going to the Committee of Adjustment, as they're the only body that can approve the creation of consents.
Okay, thank you.
I think you made Councillor Bocek speechless. That's an impressive feat. Councillor Jarvis.
Yes, I'm just going to make the observation to was it Miriam, the representative for the applicants, in that she indicates that this is no longer an island. And I'm looking at the surveys, the maps that you provided, Andrew. It looks to me like the high water mark, if we use that as any demarcation, this would in fact be an island if water's moved up to that level again. Do I have that correct, or does it? I don't know if that matters, but I think people need to be aware, and a lot of people sometimes are not, that this lake has significant movement up and down, and this may in fact be an island at some point in time again in the future, right?
Through the mayor, that's completely possible if the water level were to significantly rise. In that case, they would have to, I suppose, find some sort of solution to bridge over it. In the case of it being considered an island, it's still considered part of the landform as is right now. There's many properties along Georgian Bay where the high water mark kind of sneaks in behind where development sits up on top of a rock. And all those are just considered the shoreline residential zone. We believe, as it's currently zoned shoreline residential, and maybe Miriam can provide some more context as to how long that driveway has existed. We believe it's going to be appropriately zoned to just shoreline residential.
Yeah, which is just fine. That's I think it's a matter of information that, and for future consideration with the owners, thinking that and knowing that perhaps their road will no longer, they'll be fording the lake at some point in time, perhaps in the future. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report to the two planners. Couple of things. I noticed in your report some pictures of this site in the winter. So how is the Committee of Adjustment going to access that? Or would the Committee of Adjustment be able to get at it when it goes to the Committee of Adjustment? Or are we going to leave it until next winter?
Through the mayor, it's not scheduled until this recommendation meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment comes forward to the next meeting. So that's expected hopefully in the coming month. And I'm not aware of the projected weather patterns for the next month, but we assume that at that point they should be able to access the property. We were able to access the property just via walking through. It was about knee-high snow when we went, but I think we went after one of the most significant snowfalls. So here's hoping that the site will be accessible by then, but we'll continue to monitor. And if not, of course, there's always the option to push it back until it is accessible for a site visit.
Well, it goes to the issue of any site visits in the winter months, regardless of it's Committee of Adjustment or planners. You can't see the topography properly with that amount of snow. So I continue to urge our planning department to have site visits when you can actually see the topography. That's number one. Number two, I was going to raise the issue of this being an island. It's pretty hard to see that it is an island when it looks like a peninsula to me. I've been to this site a couple of times, and I guess in 2020, and the water goes up and down in Georgian Bay, has for hundreds of years. So it'll come back up again, and it may end up being an island, but I think let's not consider it an island. I think it's probably a good move in that direction. But I will say there was one other comment about this was pre any planning documents. I'm looking at a Township of Georgian Bay planning document from 1972. That was the first one. Georgian Bay Township was formed in 1970, I believe. And then we have a planning document that's in the possession of the planning department as of 1972. So I just wanted to clarify that these buildings were regulated, or would have probably been regulated by that planning document. It wasn't a very big document. It's about 5, 6, 7 pages, I think. A little more than that, maybe 10 pages. So I think it's important to know that there were some regulations in place, and have they been reviewed? So I asked that question. The document is called Bylaw 7253. There you go. So I'd ask that you at least look into it to see that it's compliant to that plan at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vosny, I've seen your hand a couple of times. You have some clarification?
Just clarification of the first comprehensive bylaw. To my understanding and what I have read, the first bylaw was 91-19. There was some sort of a document, as was referred to in 1972. I can't remember exactly what it was, but the first comprehensive bylaw that would give you provisions and whatnot for building houses or a cottage or commercial plazas or whatever, that would have come in 1991. That's the only, that's all I was saying, that these cottages right now are legal non-conforming uses, as is supported by your planning department's staff report as well.
Any
Mr.
other?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to respond. Here's the plan right here.
Yeah,
And
no,
the planning
there's
department has a
definitely,
copy of it.
there's no doubt that there was a document prepared in 1972. How comprehensive it was in those half dozen or 10 pages, I'm not certain. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but wonder about this CT2 or whatever it is, and where that came from. And maybe they were serving ice cream way back when. Just speculating. Sorry? Yeah, no parking. But I presume you did not find any historic explanation of that zoning. Okay. Because I was curious about that. And the other thing, whether island or not island, I mean, there are at least a number of, a couple of driveways that I'm aware of that off of Macey Bay Road that certainly appear like they've been built up into a causeway over time to address the high water elements. So this may have originally been an island, but over time, the driveway was constructed. I don't think I have any further questions or comments on this myself. I think that's what's extremely very important, obviously, and I know that it's already been done to some degree, is the environmental impact of further development on this peninsula / former island. And I trust that our staff and building department will be addressing all these concerns if any further development takes place. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that staff report regarding zoning bylaw amendment Z26-02 for 377B Macey Bay Road be received, and that the comments provided at the public meeting held on March 10th, 2026 be received, and that council direct staff to prepare a recommendation report and bylaws for council's consideration at a subsequent meeting after all consultation comments have been received and considered. A lot of receiving in these motions. All those in favor? And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I counted 7 in total votes. That is carried. All right. Now,
Mayor,
I hear a voice.
testing 1, 2, 3. Are you there?
For Hazel.
Do you think we should be offering a special recognition on this application for probably being the largest page count of ever?
The largest which?
Page count, 336 pages for one application.
It was a quite impressive page count. I don't know if it's been the largest, but it'll be one of them. Okay, I've lost. But now you've distracted me. I've lost my speech.
Sorry.
This is all over. Oh, got it. Sorry. I apologize to you all. This concludes the Planning Act public meeting portion of the agenda. All comments, questions, and concerns raised at the public meeting have been recorded. and will be taken into consideration by staff prior to a recommendation being brought forward. The public meeting is now closed at 1:55 p.m. All right. Now, next on our agenda is the staff reports, and we have one staff report, which is the outline for the 2026-28 official plan and zoning bylaw review and updates. And I believe planners Whitlib and Kratke are the authors of this report. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll begin, and there'll probably be an image that we'll share on the screen, but I'm just going to start talking. The planning department is very pleased to finally bring to you the kickoff of the process to update the township's official plan and zoning bylaw. And I do say update. Unlike the 2014 process, this is not a tossing out of the old official plan and zoning bylaw and replacing it with a new one. This is a recognition of the heavy lifting through extensive community engagement that occurred to develop the current official plan, especially its various community policies. It's also a recognition of the 12 years that these documents have been in use, that this township and this council and its residents have a good understanding of what's been working and not working. So it is a bit of a tune-up of the work that's already been done. However, it's not a small task nonetheless. The approach that we're going to describe in the outline, we believe, is a realistic one. It's realistic both in terms of the time frame we anticipate it will take, which will be approximately 2 years. We also think it's realistic in that the process is one that I think recognizes the nuanced nature of land use planning and challenges of regulating development in a coastal community like Georgian Bay, which has so many rich natural heritage resources. And we think that this team, not that we're old hats, but we've all been around for 3 years. And drawing upon the much greater depth of knowledge that exists in the community and on council and its advisory groups, we think there are aspects of this work that simply could not be done justice if we approached it through a more traditional format of sending out a request for proposals to find a consultant to parachute in and do this sort of work. There are a lot of nuances. There are a lot of very specific community needs and wants that I think we've, over the last 3 years, have gotten a good education about. We think that this approach is going to be a responsive one. Again, responsive to those different community needs and those nuanced but important elements that the communities have made clear through council that they wish to see improved upon. We think it's also going to be very responsive to the ongoing changes that occur, have been occurring, and we expect will continue to occur at the provincial level, including insofar as the province now wading in and contemplating, prescribing to municipalities what the structure of their official plans will be and how many pages their official plans will be capped at. I think the approach we're taking, and you'll see it's one that breaks the official plan and zoning bylaw review and update into various components, is going to be one that's adaptable, that no matter what the province does, we can take the work that we've completed and integrate that into whatever the province tells us we ultimately need to do. We also think this approach is going to be the most fiscally responsible one. We intend to do much of the work in-house. Obviously, in-house is not free. It takes staff time away from other projects. But I think we've got a really good cross-section of expertise here. And given the work that was done by this team through the zoning bylaw housekeeping update in particular, we've seen that we have the skills and knowledge to do what's needed, to do it in-house, because we have a good understanding of what Georgian Bay needs, and we're familiar with the documents. There will be elements that we will have to farm out, but it's not going to be, as I mentioned earlier, a traditional single request for proposal for one consultant to come in and do the whole project. It's going to be those areas that are, if they're either beyond our technical expertise, or if they're going to be so time consuming that they take away from the day-to-day services that we provide the community, then we'll look to farm those out. The other important element with this approach, and what I'm talking about will come into greater clarity when Jeff and Shania present the outline, is this is going to be an approach that makes the document very resilient against challenges. And frankly, what I mean by challenges are appeals. We're taking a page from what the District of Muskoka has been doing with their official plan update and breaking it up into multiple components. And that will mean multiple amendments. Each one of them individually appealable, but it precludes the ability for any single party to appeal the whole thing. So we can sort of, I don't want to use the term divide and conquer, but focus on addressing those issues that are in contention while letting the rest of the process continue and rest of the documents come into force and effect. This approach that we're going to describe to you is really the product of a lot of discussions by this team at our weekly planning meetings, and discussions that really recognize the challenges of trying to do this in a single bite through a single request for proposal to a single consultant. It just, the more we looked at it and the more we looked at whether it's council's resolution tracker, whether it's the various inputs we've had from the community and council, the more we felt that to do it, to get to where we want to be, we need to do it in components, and we need to do it with the team that has that corporate knowledge gained over the last three years working in this community. I have to give credit to Jeff, who's really the architect of much of this outline. It's the product of a number of discussions with Jeff and I that somehow always seem to occur after 4:30 when the office had quieted down, and he'd wander into my office, sit across the desk, and we'd talk about what this might look like. Jeff had a vision for it, and it's a vision that Shania was able to put into a visual format in a way that we think you'll understand. We want this to generate lots of questions. We're putting this to council to get your feedback. There are items here, and we talk about a council wish list and a staff wish list. There will be things on the wish list that we've not identified that council members will remind us of. And I'm already getting that feedback, and I appreciate that from members of council. So what we're looking for at this point from council is simply your concurrence and guidance on the overall outline of this process. Certainly if there's topics that you wish to see included that you're not sure are included or that we've missed, let us know now and at every step through this process. And once we have, if we have, council's approval to proceed generally in the manner that we're proposing, it's then that I think we can put a bit more meat on the bones, such as identifying the specific components that we anticipate doing in-house, identifying the components that we may need outside assistance with, and putting a little more detail in terms of the project plan and its timelines. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the rest of the team, and then maybe we can go through it and then save questions to the end if at all possible. But if there's something that comes up, by all means, let us know during the presentation. Thanks.
So the work begins with 4 primary inputs: council's wish list, staff's wish list, feedback from the community and First Nation partners, and the required conformity components under the Planning Act, the Provincial Planning Statement, and the District of Muskoka Official Plan. These inputs guide the Planning Working Group and its 3 subgroups, the Waterfront, Rural, and Settlement Working Groups, which help shape and refine policy directions. With the exception of the conformity exercises, the community and First Nation partners will be actively and regularly engaged throughout this process. Their involvement occurs through these working groups as well as through public open houses and statutory public meetings. Each amendment will go through its own public open house and public meeting. These sessions often generate valuable feedback, which may require further discussion or additional consultation with the working groups before the amendment proceeds. The final step in the cycle is a council decision on each amendment. And I'll turn the rest over to Jeff.
Thank you, Shania. Thank you, Derek. What's incredibly important as we start this is that staff ensure that we understand what is on council's wish list. Because again, the notion here is that each topic on a list will have its own project plan, its own public process, and its own official plan amendment. And so we really actively want to engage you today, and we want to leave here today with a resolution that really makes clear what is your wish list. So we've put forward what we understand your wish list to be today. And what I can say is that there's already overlap with some of the staff wish list, and that's okay. I think the other key thing to understand is that we're going to give priority to council's wish list and to matters of compliance and conformity. And so these are the types of project plans that you may see very quickly before you. Again, identifying whether or not we think staff can do it in-house, whether it's staff doing it with some additional resources, or whether it's something that needs to go out for a request for proposal from consultants. So right now, we understand through a number of applications and through council's own previous discussions that there's a real concern is, what is the waterfront? Where is it? And up until now, in this municipality, we've left that question open to very broad interpretations for each application. And I guess what staff are thinking right now is that council's indicated in a number of instances, can't we make this more clear for everyone so that people don't need to scratch their head and perhaps spend a lot of time discussing just what is and what is not the waterfront. So we've put forward as your first wish list item, map the waterfront. Now, by extension, because our plan has three main designations, the settlement areas, the urban settlement, the urban centers, the waterfront, and the rural designation. By extension, since one is already mapped, by mapping the waterfront, you will have also mapped the rural area because it's essentially what's left. So we think that's your number one priority, but if we're wrong, please tell us today. We've also heard council say that the H2 conditions need to be reviewed. We also have heard council indicate concerns regarding navigable waterways and access for lots that only have access by water. We've also heard sort of an indication that there's a prohibition right now for gazebos on shoreline structures, which may or may not be appropriate. We don't know. And we think that's something that council wants to address. We also have heard today, most recently, that we need to look at the controls that we have on building height, width, floor area, etc. And so again, that overlaps with some staff issues you'll see later. And lastly, we've heard that you want to include green building standards. And again, we're happy to include that in the review. We're not sure it's going to end up in either the official plan or the zoning bylaw, but we're happy to start right now with the review of the official plan, including it. You'll see later on that in the staff wish list, it's also discussed. So I think what we're hoping to do is present these lists, but again, think about those. And if there's something that's missing, because again, this approach is, we're not trying to identify every single issue that is covered by the official plan. We're only identifying what needs to be made better. And so if there's something on your list that needs to be made better, let's discuss it today. Then there are the conformity matters. And again, the process that's been envisioned would send these essentially through to the public open house, the public meeting, a decision by council. Because these are matters that the municipality may or may not like, the public may or may not like, but we don't have a lot of say over conforming to them. So these include additional residential units, agriculture, aggregates, employment, commercial, and resort policies, housing and settlements, the McTier settlement boundary, recreational water quality, source water protection, the minimum opening elevation, but the larger issue of climate change and hazardous lands on the Great Lakes, climate change resiliency separated just from the unique circumstance along water bodies, and wildland fire risk. And then next, there's a very abbreviated staff wish list. And I'm not going to read the staff wish list. Its full documentation is in our report. And these aren't things that we'll be bringing forward anytime soon. Some of them do duplicate what we've already discussed as a council wish list. And where they duplicate, obviously, we're not going to propose two projects. But again, the notion of this outline, as Derek's already said, is that we are flexible. And if we don't identify an issue today, but it becomes apparent 4 months from now or a year from now, it can always be added later. And I'm going to turn it over to Derek.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Shania. So again, I think all we're looking for at this time from council, first we're going to be looking for your questions and comments before you consider this resolution. But once we're through that, we're looking for you to really give us the direction to confirm these, really this outline is a terms of reference for the concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw review updates, and direct us to actively consult and engage the community, partners, stakeholders. Secondly, to produce an official plan and zoning bylaw. And again, these are updates to the existing official plan and zoning bylaw, not new documents. No, I wasn't. Yeah. Yeah. And again, that conform, and this is an important point, that are aligned with each other. We've certainly come across instances where, notwithstanding that the 2014 and official plan and zoning bylaw, although produced concurrently, we're still at times out of alignment. So we want to bring that alignment, achieve that alignment, and of course are user friendly. So there's always the ability to improve upon the readability of the documents. And thirdly, to identify the timelines and budgets. For us to identify, bring back to council the timelines and budgets, including any consultants or background studies that may be required. Next slide, please. And I'm not going to repeat the rest of this, but this talks about the council, the second part of the resolution talks about much of the council wish list. This is an opportunity when considering this resolution to add on any additional items that are top of mind, but it's not exhaustive at this time. So fear not if you think of something as you drive home from this meeting or after you log off the virtual meeting. And we're seeking your direction, among other things. This is pursuant to council's previous resolution that authorized the director of planning to set the membership of the planning working group. As you've seen in the outline, we propose that planning working group be divided into subgroups, waterfront, rural, and urban centers. And that would include adding some representation to that those working groups. And again, these are not committees of council, these are working groups. So it's important that they be cross sections of the community. And the obvious piece would be representation from our First Nations partners, on our working groups where they wish to participate. And we also need representation from the development community, because these are the policies and rules that affect that industry. So we're looking for direction to go ahead and proceed the project plans, again, including any RFPs for outside consulting for consideration by council at future meetings. So we'll come back to you on this so we can kick off the 2028 official plan and zoning bylaw review.
Boy, this is one of the longest motions. I don't know if council's going to want me to read the whole thing again. It might be as long as your presentation. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to council for some comments. And we're going to start with Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and Planning Department, thank you very much. I am delighted to hear that Jeff and Derek were having great powwow sessions, imagining what could be, should be, or whatever. So that's wonderful. One of the things I wanted to highlight, though, is I love the charts. I don't know who put them together, but the charts that we're following, kind of the textual part here. But what was inconsistent, and I forwarded Derek you a brief note on this. You had the words water access lots in that graphic, but water access lots wasn't on the council priorities. And we've talked a lot about that in the community. And I think anybody on Georgian Bay is aware of the panic and paranoia that kicked in when there was a potential change in disposition of a marina. And Derek, you and I have already had chats about this topic, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I would really like to see explicitly listed in that council priority that it's not just water access lots, but it's ensuring ongoing access to those lots and the roles of marinas in that, because if we don't wrap some strings around that topic, we are going to have 40% of our township at risk of access, and I think that's absolutely critical. So I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Thank you for the report. It's great to imagine we're on the cusp of actually moving forward in the project. I'm sure you guys are also equally excited, since it's what you're here for. The first kind of point I want to just kind of pull out from the council priorities and staff priorities was the notion of green building standards. And I know we've had a lot of conversations through the last couple of years about how I think the Sustainable Community group had asked about green building standards and wanted to know what we could do to include that. It's come up in different conversations at different public meetings. And I'm just concerned or confused that I thought that the province dictated that municipalities could not have their own green standards, that they had to rely on the building code and it wasn't to be varied. So is there actually room here for us to have some of our own standards, or are we just putting lipstick on something?
Thank you. Through the mayor.
Greenwashing is maybe the word I should
to Councillor Predko. Yeah, so certainly the province has taken steps essentially preventing municipalities from making something mandatory that, among other things, might be over and above the building code. But what we wish to do is see if we can explore a policy framework that nonetheless incentivizes or encourages people to do these things voluntarily. And what that will look like, I don't know. I know it's an issue that those municipalities that have been progressive with green building standards, that did mandate certain requirements and are no longer able to, that they are exploring these things as well. So we'll be looking to our municipal partners to assist us in that regard. So I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. We're not done with the subject yet, and I know this came specifically. And I appreciate Councillor Predko. This has probably been discussed well beyond, but it first came to my attention when Councillor Graziano brought forth a motion to that effect probably a little over a year ago now. So we're still committed to doing what we can.
Okay, well, I'm sure we all have ideas, so when we get there, I'm sure it'll be a good conversation. And then I don't want to take up too much more time. I've got a couple of items, but I'll leave that until we get to further down the road. The one other question that we haven't talked about, and it came up last year in Planning Council, was the notion of temporary bylaws for dock extensions and whatnot. And I think part of the conversation was that that would come back as part of the official plan review. And is that something that's on a staff wish list or a council wish list? Is it on there? Okay, I missed it. Never mind.
Through the mayor, Councillor Predko, literally as I finished my last conversation, I was scribbling here because certain things popped into my mind. And what I have in my notebook here is fluctuating water levels and docks.
Okay, thank you. It's taken care of. Thank you. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, or Derek, can you tell me in the best case scenario when this would come back to council for ratification? And consequently, the worst, how far could this stretch out before we bring it back?
Yeah, a great question. Through the mayor to Councillor Bocek and council and the community listening. Again, unlike a traditional official plan review process, this would not come back in the form of one single recommendation. This is going to come back in a series of different amendments to the official plan and different amendments to the zoning bylaw at different times. This might be in bits and pieces landing on your table, 24 times or more as we work through the various components. Some will come back sooner, some will take longer. But again, the finish line we anticipate is 2 years away before the whole project is completed.
Thank you for that, because I was thinking if it's going to happen before the election, then all the hard work that the committees of council and everybody, working groups put in could be part of the decision before this end of council, but obviously not. So we hope we have a good council next term.
So one of the resolutions before you today is to actually start the official plan review and zoning bylaw review and update. And at that point, we will be quickly coming back to you, possibly next month, because these are project plans. They don't require public notice. That may either identify conformity matters where staff have already sort of pre-prepared something, and or priority council wish lists. What people will begin to see is notices that not only quote section 22 when it's an official plan amendment, or section 34 when it's a zoning bylaw amendment, but also sections 24 and 26, because we will actually be in the review and update, giving council more authority to consider options when looking at either an official plan amendment or an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the purpose of implementing the review of the official plan. Some of the conformity matters may very well be finished before the break for elections, but other matters are going to take much more time and clearly be in the future. But that being said, I think staff will deliver some things to you fairly quickly that should actually be, if not completed because they do require district approval, it should at least be finished before this body.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that report, Jeff and Derek. These are sort of random thoughts, but I think you've captured a fair number of them, but I just wanted to start with saying that in our strategic plan, number one is the environment and protecting it. And so from a council perspective, that has been a priority for our township for a number of years now. And that could be sort of a overriding consideration as you work on something like this. So I just urge you to keep that sort of top of mind as we go forward. More specifically, though, because that's a very high level, mapping the waterfront, I think, is very important. And I think there's a few things that sort of came to my mind. One is that we have a number of existing lots in our township that are not developed and under certain conditions may not meet proper setbacks, and development should get development rights these days. So I think that just because it's an existing lot doesn't mean necessarily that it should have a zone put to it that says you can build regardless. So I just think that needs to be examined as you go through. And the other side of it is new lot creation. So taking a larger piece of shoreline or an island and dividing it up into a number of lots, making sure that we keep the environment in mind, septic systems in mind, pollution, water pollution, et cetera, et cetera. That should be part of our consideration in our official plan. It was also mentioned by one of our other councillors about access in the water access world. It's access is a bit, if you think about most of Ontario, people access their homes or their residences on a road. And if you don't have a road, you're probably not going to get there. The water is our road. And so I think we need to continue to remember that and not fool ourselves either, because, I've keep hearing that, the sky is falling and the water in Georgian Bay is going to go down to, 6, 7, 10 feet lower than it is today. Equally, it could be 10 feet higher than it is today. And if you look at the 150 years or so that it's been mapped, the water goes up, the water goes down. A minister from the provincial government from Cognisheen had one of those hats that said, stop the drop. And then on the side of the hat, it said, stop the rise, because it was, during a period where the water just before 2020 had gone up so fast. And the point being is that we have to keep that in mind. It's kind of weird, I know, but that's just the way it is. And the middle Great Lakes are not controlled like the other Great Lakes, and makes it more challenging. So I sort of draw attention to that. But part of the access is also, it was mentioned, was with respect to marinas and having marina access. And I believe there's language in the, was covered in the Cognisheen community plan about marina access. So I think there's some language in there. You may or may not be aware of that, but so for new lot creation, you need to have a slip, or you're not going to get to your property, or you're going to be coming from Midland or Penetang. So I just think that's we need to be mindful of keeping a fairly tight sort of rein on the marinas, and what can happen with them or not happen with them. The other thing is making sure as part of this process, in terms of consulting with people, we have a waterfront planning working group, and there's some real expertise there, but there's more people out there that in our communities that we could consult with along the way. And I would urge you to do that. Why not? Why not take advantage of people that not only have very strong planning skills or legal skills related to planning, but they live the community. They live in the community and they understand the community and have had for a lot of their lives. So let's not ignore what's available to us in terms of knowledge. Those are some suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll make a few then. I think this is terrific. With seeing the work that you achieved with the housekeeping amendments, I see this as the sort of like housekeeping plus. And I think it's very important. absolutely like the idea that we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but rather taking that baby and helping it grow a little more. Or is that a poor analogy? I don't know. But, you know, or raise the baby. Okay, we're trying to raise the baby. Okay. But I have a couple of questions or comments or questions or whatever. Part of me really likes this, I'll call it amendment approach. So that means you're going to tackle certain topics and work through and as opposed to the whole enchilada all at once. But I'm wondering, does that basically mean, you know, there was a guideline principle that every 10 years your official plan should be reviewed. Are we going to have a situation where we're basically doing amendments for the rest of our life? And as opposed to bang, this, we're going to have a 2026. We're not going to be able to say, I think that we have a 2028 official plan. No, we're going to have a 2014 bylaw or official plan as amended. And is that going to be like a 2014 as amended for the rest of our lives? Is that sort of where we're headed?
Through the mayor and to the mayor, to the rest of council. So municipalities are mandated to do 5-year official plan reviews. We're at year 12 now. As you can see, it doesn't mean that the Minister of Municipal Affairs sends the OPP down to take the mayor away in handcuffs. But when you get behind on these things, you end up in the spot we are in now, where it's a bit of a heavier lift. You know, it's like the difference between cleaning your house, you know, weekly or letting it go for a month. So with this work that we're doing, look, the piece we can't control are provincial changes in policy and legislation. However, if we stick to a 5-year review process, then those subsequent lifts really won't be that hard.
Okay, the only other concern I have with this approach, and I think it's the better approach at this point, is does that mean we're going to be having 2 or 3, I'll call it public meetings on different subjects every year, as opposed to one big public meeting on the whole official plan, which personally I think is better, because when you get the whole thing, then people are kind of overwhelmed and they end up focusing on 1 or 2 things and ignoring the rest. But it's like our public consultation will be, shall we say, on an ongoing basis.
Through the mayor, you're absolutely correct. So there will be multiple consultations and public meetings, some very topic specific. And I think your observations are absolutely right. I've been part of official plan processes, large scale official plan process that go to the community, gather people into an open house or a public meeting or a workshop and say, you know, what kind of community do you like? What would you want? And I personally find it's much more productive if you give something to people that's more bite-size, that they can relate to, and then you really get constructive input by breaking it up that way. So I think the sum of those individual parts will be the ultimate product.
Well, and I tend to agree. I mean, like I think many of our councillors, I participated in the official plan zoning bylaw revision public meetings pre-2014. And I can tell you, it was amazing how you had these big long documents and 2 items or 3 items got discussed to the hilt in the meeting and the rest was entirely ignored. And I seem to recall one of those meetings got totally caught up on dormers on boathouses. So anyway, that aside, the other thing you talked about mapping the waterfront communities, and you've already done that with the urban centers, and then you basically were saying the balance is rural. Much of that balance of rural will include some form of waterfront, because there's so many little itty bitty lakes that may have 2 cottages on it or potential for 2 cottages. Does that get classified as rural or waterfront? Or like I'm just a little concerned that if we have just 3 broad brushes, that we might get caught out on a few situations.
So again, we're wanting to build on the existing official plan, and if I'm recalling correctly, I know for sure with 100% certainty there is a size of the water body that makes it have a waterfront designation. My recollection is that that's 8 hectares. If I'm incorrect as to the 8, I apologize. But we will follow that approach. So if there is a water body that satisfies that policy, it would be mapped as if it has a waterfront. So the intent would not be to lose, reduce, shrink the waterfront. The intent would be to avoid situations or circumstances where it's not immediately clear to everyone when they start where the waterfront is, so that they don't spend a lot of time arguing just where that boundary is.
Okay. All right. The other thing I was going to comment on, I really appreciate the working groups element here, because as was mentioned by Councillor Cooper, input from our residents, I think, is very important. And I'd rather how should I put it, the working group save you some grief in the public meetings if they can give it to you quietly up front. This is what we know is a big concern, and then that means you're ready for a little more ready for it. Anyway, I'd say thank you very much. I know I share with some of our council members a little frustration that we're not farther along with this process in this term than we had hoped to be. But having said that, I think if we're going down the road and addressing all this, and I greatly appreciate the fact that we now have a solid planning department with years of experience in our township to understand many of the challenges that we are facing. And Director Whitlib, I agree with you. Bringing in an outside consultant means that consultant first has to be trained on the unique challenges of, seasonal residents, the Canadian Shield, waterfront type properties, which is a little bit different, shall we say. No, it's a whole lot different than urban development farther south. I see. All right, Councillor Cooper, are you threatening me with a fist? Is that what I saw?
I was waving at you. Come on. Just be really brief. You said something that got me thinking. Imagine that. And that is to do with sort of these rural lands that may be smaller little lakes and so forth. And it made me also think about, you really don't have to map a lot of that in a sense, because now that we put through a easement for all the roads for the GBLT, those lands, you don't have to spend any time mapping those. You can't get through. So I don't know whether that, I'm wondering if that might be a bit of a time saver for you. Any thoughts?
Yeah. Well, it would prevent creating road access to some of them, that's for sure.
Well, but you couldn't, because the road accesses have been put into an easement.
Yeah. But of course, many of those lakes are surrounded also by Crown land. That was also a significant factor.
Right. Okay. Just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Council, do you want me to read a page-and-a-half motion? No, I'm hearing no. But the clerk is looking at me as in, you better do it, aren't you? All right. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council accepts the outline for the concurrent 2026-28 official plan and zoning bylaw review and updates starting on March 10th, 2026. Be it resolved that Council confirms the terms of reference for the concurrent 2026-28 official plan and zoning bylaw review and updates are to 1. Actively consult and engage the community, partners, and stakeholders. 2. Produce an official plan and zoning bylaw that A, conform to all applicable legislation, policies, and regulations, B, are aligned with each other, and C, are user-friendly. 3, identify timelines and budgets, including any consultants and or background studies for council approval before starting a topic. Be it resolved that topics on the council wish list for the concurrent 2026-28 official plan and zoning bylaw review and updates are 1. Map the waterfront and by extension rural designations and adjust definition zones as necessary. 2. Review the H2 conditions to better balance environmental objectives and landowner rights. 3. improve how access to navigable waterways is controlled to provide tests and or conditions for development of water access only lots. 4, examine whether to continue prohibiting or allowing gazebos on shoreline structures such as docks, ramps, platforms, and or freestanding decks. 5, review definitions and controls regarding building height, width, and gross floor area. 6, determine how to include green building standards. Be it resolved, the Council authorizes the Director of Planning to set the membership of working groups for the concurrent 2026-28 official plan and zoning bylaw review and updates, drawing firstly from the Planning Working Group and adding members as needed to achieve appropriate representation from the community, partners, and stakeholders. Be it resolved, the planning staff are authorized to prepare project plans, including any proposed requests for proposal of consulting services for consideration by council at future meetings regarding the topics in the outline for the concurrent 2026-28 official plan and zoning bylaw review and updates. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Hazelton, you're not voting, are you?
No, what I would like to do is, as I commented earlier, there was a 7th item in the charts that the planning department provided that specifically talked about water access lots. And if I could throw that verbiage in, water access lots and ensuring ongoing access and the role of marinas as a further item so that there's continuity between the text here and the chart at the end.
There was the one point that was improve how access to navigable waterways is controlled to provide tests and or conditions for development of water access only lots. That didn't cover it for you?
No.
Director Whitlam.
So thank you to council. I think what the mayor just read, it was intended to cover it, but for clarity, certainly if perhaps the words including marina access could be added, I think that we'd all know what was meant.
So I'm adding including marina access to point 3.
Fine, thank you.
All right. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I make 7. That is passed. Now, get it done, please. You don't have time to shake hands. You have to get to work. All right. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Planning Council adopt bylaw 2026-015 to confirm the proceedings of the March 10th, 2026 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Planning Council is now adjourned at 2:43 p.m. until April 14th, 2026 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. 3 o'clock for committee of the whole? And that's a whole separate connection, I believe. So we'll get together again at 3 o'clock. Thank you.